This meeting is being held remotely in order to comply with the Scottish Government's recommendation to practice social distancing. However, it will be filmed for live and subsequent broadcast via the Council's website as per normal Council meetings. The Council is a data controller under the General Data Protection Regulation and Data Protection Act 2018, and we broadcast Council meetings to fulfil our public task obligation to enable members of the public to observe the democratic process. Data collected during the webcast will be retained in accordance with the Council's published policy. And before I hand over to the clerk to do a roll call to make sure we're all here, just remind everybody that if you can put your microphones on mute unless called to speak, and if we can use the chat bar to indicate that you do wish to speak on a particular item, it will help things move that a little bit smoother. Thank you. And I hand over to the clerk, Gavin.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. Okay, yes, as the Lord Provost said, we'll do a roll call. So if you can all bear with me, I've got 62 of you to get through. So that we start with the Lord Provost, please.
Present.
Councillor Aldridge.
Present.
Councillor Arthur.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Barry. Councillor Barry. Okay. Councillor Bird.
Present.
Councillor Booth.
Present.
Councillor Bridgman.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Bruce.
Present.
Councillor Burgess.
Present.
Councillor Cameron.
Present. Good morning, all.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Kate Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Mary Campbell. Councillor Mary Campbell.
I definitely saw her on the screen earlier.
Yes, I see her on the screen as well, so I'll come back. But Councillor Child.
Present, and I see Mary Campbell on screen. She might have difficulty unmuting her microphone. That's possible.
What I'll do is if I can just ask my team who's behind the scenes to contact Councillor Mary Campbell and see if we can help. Councillor Nick Cook. Councillor Nick Cook. Okay. Councillor Corbett.
Present.
Councillor Day.
Present.
Councillor Dickey.
Present.
Councillor Dixon.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Doggett.
Present.
Councillor Doran.
Present.
Councillor Douglas. Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fullerton.
Present.
Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gardner. Okay. Councillor Gloyer.
Present.
Councillor Gordon.
Present.
Councillor Grachik. I don't believe Councillor Grachik is going to make it today, unfortunately. Councillor Griffiths.
Good morning. Present.
Councillor Ricky Henderson.
Present.
Councillor Howie. Councillor Howie.
Councillor Howie's absent.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Present.
Councillor Key.
Morning, Gavin.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Present.
Councillor Lang.
Present.
Councillor McInnes.
Present.
Councillor Main. Councillor Main.
Present.
Councillor McClellan.
Yep, here.
Councillor McNeice Meakin.
I'm here.
Councillor McVeigh,
Present.
Councillor Miller,
I'm here.
Councillor Mitchell,
Good morning.
Councillor Mowat,
Present.
Councillor Munn,
Present.
Councillor Monroe,
Present.
Councillor Osler,
Present.
Councillor Perry,
Present.
Councillor Ray,
Present.
Councillor Rankin,
Present.
Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Ritchie, I know he's had some problems getting on this morning. Councillor Rose,
Present.
Councillor Neil Ross,
Present.
Councillor Rust,
Present. And just to advise that Councillor Douglas is trying to mute at present.
thank you. Councillor Smith,
Present.
Councillor Staniforth,
Present, and just to advise, Councillor Mary Campbell is having to restart her computer. I suggest she puts in chat once she is present so as not to disrupt the meeting. Would that be acceptable?
yes, thank you very much for that. Councillor Watt,
Present.
Councillor Webber,
I'm here.
Councillor White, Councillor White,
Gavin, I think Councillor White's trying to restart his computer.
okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson,
Present.
Councillor Work,
Good morning. Present.
and Councillor Young.
Present.
Thank you very much. That's the roll call, and hopefully we'll have the other people who weren't able to make it coming on later. Lord Provost, if you're happy, we'll just go to order of business.
Yes, thanks, Gavin.
Thank you. So in terms of order of business, version 4 of the main agenda was circulated on the 26th of June. We have had written deputations and they have been circulated and are online. They are in relation to item 6.8 from Unison, Unite the Union and the GMB, and 6.10 from Liverton Primary School Association. We also have answers to members' questions. Item 5 has been circulated, as have motions and amendments. That takes us...
Gavin, just to say it's 9.8 and 9.10.
Oh, sorry, thank you very much for that. Just reading things blindly instead of looking at it properly. Thank you. That takes us to declarations of interest. All members have to declare any interest they have in any items on the business, either financial or non-financial interests. Just to keep this simple, I'll take it in the way that we would normally take it in council. Do we have any declaration of interest from the Conservative group, please?
Yes, Gavin. Declaration non-financial in 8.4 as a Bailey of the City, and in Councillor Arthur's motion 9.4 as non-financial as I feature in the mural, so it's well worth a visit.
Thank you very much. Any more from the Conservative group, please? Okay, any from the EPIC, please?
No.
No.
Thank you very much. Any from the Labour group, please?
Yes, as a Bailey, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you very much. Any more from the Labour group, please? Councillor Griffiths, I see you on the screen. Are you muted?
I wasn't going to because I think it's part of my role as Deputy Lord Provost, but since the Baileys have, as Deputy Lord Provost, I have an interest.
Thank you very much. If that's it from the Labour group, have you any interest from the SNP group, please?
Yes, Gavin, 511 as Chair of Marketing Edinburgh Non-Financial.
Thank you very much. Any further from the SNP group, please?
I think, Councillor Work here as a Bailey again. I suppose I should even though I've advised is not important, I'll still say so. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
And for myself, Gavin, non-financial interest 7.1 as a board member of Changeworks.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Okay, just checking any more from the SNP group. It's hard when I can't see faces. Then can I take any declaration of interest from the Liberal Democrat group, please? No, and then I see Councillor Perry. Councillor, have you got a declaration of interest?
I'm sorry, I did try it, but I was muted on both things rather than one. Liberal Democrats, Robert Aldridge. In 8.3, an interest as I am in receipt of a pension from Lothian Pension Fund.
Okay.
And I'm a Bailey, but I don't think it's necessary to declare that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Jason Rust's fault.
Any more from the Liberal Democrat group? If not, can I go back to Councillor Perry? I think you might have an interest.
Yeah.
Councillor Perry, I don't think we got that.
Yeah, I can't unmute.
Oh, you are unmuted. You're okay. I can hear you.
We heard you
Oh,
swearing.
can you hear it? Right, okay. I have a declaration. I am on the board of Changeworks.
Thank you very much. And
oh, very good. I saw him.
Silence yourself now.
Thank you. And then finally, any interest from the Green Group, please? If not, thank you very much. Deputations, as stated, we have 2 deputations, but as they are written deputations, we'll take them into consideration when we get to the item. And then that takes you to the minutes, and we've got a series of minutes, one from the council meeting, the last meeting in the 12th of March, and also from a range of executive committees, Lord Provost.
Okay, thank you. So as everybody's already seen, although technology is fantastic in getting us all back together, there are certain drawbacks which will no doubt hold us back. So I would ask members to take that into consideration as we move through the day, to keep it a short day as much as we can. We have a series of minutes which we're having to do. Normally we would not do this because they would be handled by each of their committees, but given the current circumstances when committees aren't sitting, just as an administrative element, we want to get these minutes done. So what I'm going to ask, as we go through each of the committees, if the convener and vice convener could indicate that they're happy with the minutes, and any other members of the committee who aren't happy with the minutes, we can deal with that by exception. I think that just might be quicker to do it that way. So if I just run through these, and I'll take silence as being no issues, if you like, apart from conveners and vice conveners just stating they're happy. So minute of the City of Edinburgh Council meeting on the 12th of March. Are we all happy with that? I've got nobody saying otherwise, so move on. Housing, Homelessness and Fair Work Committee of the 20th of January. Convener?
Yep, happy to agree that.
Vice Convener?
Yep, happy with that.
Any issues? Nothing. Excellent. Culture and Communities Committee of the 28th of January 2020. Convener?
Yep, happy that's a correct record.
Vice Convener?
Yes, happy as well.
Any issues? Fine, thank you. Transport and Environment Committee of the 27th of February 2020. Convener?
Happy to confirm that, thank you.
Vice Convener?
Happy to confirm.
Any issues? Excellent. Education, Children and Families Committee of the 3rd of March 2020. Convener?
Happy to confirm.
Vice Convener?
Happy to confirm.
Any issues? Excellent. Finance and Resources Committee of the 5th of March 2020. Convener?
Happy to confirm.
Vice Convener?
Happy to confirm.
Any issues? Excellent. Regulatory Committee of the 9th of March 2020.
I'm happy to confirm.
Thank you. Vice Convener? Is there a Vice Convener? Any issues? No, fine, excellent. Thank you all very much, and I'll hand back to Gavin.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes you on to item 5, which is questions. And the first question is by Councillor Burgess on the reopening of schools, consultation with parents.
Is there a supplementary, Councillor Burgess?
Yes, thank you, Lord Provost. I thank Councillor Perry, the Education Convener, for his answer about how the Council's been consulting parents about teaching during lockdown and the return to school in August. Parents are understandably concerned about a whole range of issues, as we saw from a 2-hour session that's mentioned in the answer held with the Consultative Committee with parents last week. It's very welcome that the Council has agreed to keep up communication with parents through the summer holiday period before the return to school. But can I clarify with the convener if the Council will consider actively seeking out hard-to-reach groups of parents who don't routinely engage through the CCWP? For example, families from the Black, Asian and ethnic minority communities who are being disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The convener will be aware that there are some very active, engaged BAME advocacy groups that could be engaged with if the Council would wish to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. There's been a number of suggestions about how we reach. At the moment, we have a web page which information goes out, and every parent's got access to that web page. We've agreed to meet with the CCWP at the beginning of August again, and it's something we've discussed with the CCP on a number of occasions about how we reach harder to reach parents who don't normally engage. So that's something I'll take up.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That takes you to question 5.2 by Councillor Mitchell on spaces for people spend.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and thank you to the convener for responding. I was just wondering if it's a point of clarity, why the data isn't available, and is because officers aren't keeping track at the minute, or if that's just going to be worked out later.
Thank you for your supplementary, Councillor Mitchell. It just seems both premature and slightly skewed in terms of a focus around this particular initiative. As you're aware, this is a city-wide process that we're going through in terms of this Spaces for People initiative. We've been the very happy recipient of substantial funding from the Scottish Government, and we're only partway through the processes of both assessing the schemes that need to go in, where we can get the greatest degree of benefit, and how quickly we can implement those schemes. As you'll know, we've taken on board an enormous number of suggestions, about approximately 3,000 suggestions from the public across the city. And both in those terms and in terms of the structure of the projects that we're doing, they do not define neatly into ward areas. And so it's very difficult for us to come up at this stage, partly through this process, of being able to allocate spend according to ward boundaries. There is no doubt that we'll be looking back at this project as we progress further and hopefully get towards a degree of completion on it, where we will be able to bring forward a lot more information about what the spend has been, what it's been spent on, and hopefully the achievement of our objectives attached to this scheme. But right now it's too early, and it's not, and looking at it through a ward perspective is not particularly helpful given the parameters of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Takes you to 5.3. It's a question by Councillor Rust on memorial benches.
Councillor Rust.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I thank the leader for his answer to the question. Given that we're referring to incidents that were publicly reported in January, and I asked the question in February regarding the contact which had been made with relatives in relation to or organisations associated with the benches, and the answer was that no contact had been made in February. But in answer to 4 today, the answer is given that at the time of the incident, relevant donors were contacted. So I just wondered which is accurate, and if the previous answer was inaccurate, will the minute from February be changed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The previous answer was accurate, and this answer was accurate. As soon as information was known people were contacted. If that's not clear in the wording of answer 4 in terms of the timing, I'm more than happy to get Councillor Rust subsequent information about exactly when that took place, but both answers are accurate.
Lord Provost, I appreciate I'm not allowed a supplementary to a supplementary.
You're absolutely correct.
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Rust. I'm going to say no because we've got to stick to protocol here. However, the council leader has agreed to give additional information, which I would ask to be circulated to all councillors in regard to the timeline in relation to both the answer in February and the answer which has been given today.
Thank you. That's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Takes you to 5.4. It's a question by Councillor Lang on litter bins.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the convener for the answer. I'm sure the convener would join me in thanking all of those council staff who have frankly gone, I think, above and beyond over the last few weeks in clearing litter left across the city. I think those in particular who undertook the heroic effort in clearing up the mess in the meadows deserve some, I think, special recognition. Nevertheless, the answer which the conveners provided, I think, has underlined the increasing concern which we are seeing around litter and the increasing complaints we've got. The convener mentions that larger bins have been placed in parks and beauty spots. Would it be possible for councillors to get a list of the places where this has actually happened?
Thank you, Councillor Lang, for the supplementary. I see no problem in providing that list, and we'll get that circulated, as the Lord Provost has indicated, to all councillors post this meeting. I think you're absolutely correct to highlight the work that's going on by an enormous range of council staff to try to support the city through these strange times. And waste collection and litter collection is one of the key areas in which I think we're seeing an enormous degree of success. You're quite correct to highlight the meadows. Some of the litter that's been left behind has been quite shocking in its scale. And the fact that we've had crews out early morning to clear that, to make it as acceptable as possible to other residents who want to use it at other times of the day, has been quite remarkable. I know it's produced a lot of comment on social media, but I do appreciate the work that staff does, both in that location and right across the city in other hotspots. I just wish that some of our residents and indeed now visitors did not choose to leave their litter behind in such a way. If you can carry it in, you can carry it out and take it home with you. So thank you for your comments.
That takes you to question 5.5. It's again by Councillor Lang on changes made to improve walking and cycling.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate the convener providing the answers that she had. Although I did specifically ask about responses to community suggestions that had been received since the 14th of May, because that was when the council started asking for suggestions. And I'm conscious that I think Braidburn Terrace, the one-way system, was actually before then. And similarly, the Paths for Everyone campaign was, I believe, signed off before then too. So my supplementary really follows on from Councillor Mitchell's one. Is she not as frustrated as I am that almost 7 weeks on from asking, it seems as though just one idea received from community suggestions has implemented?
I had a slight break-up in your question there, Councillor Lang, so I hope I'll try to answer it as well as I can. If I haven't, then perhaps somebody can clarify for me if I haven't. This has been a really interesting process for me because we've seen an absolute clamour for action around this from across the council, from across the city, whether that includes councillors and whether or not that includes the kind of suggestions that are emerging through the consultation tool that we put out there. A tool, I hasten to add, that has only just finished collecting its process, only finished yesterday. So in the process, clearly there's been a lot of monitoring going on. There's been a lot of feedback provided around some of the projects that we've got going forward between councillors and other interested stakeholder groups. It is a mammoth task to respond to all of those suggestions, and there is inevitably a sifting process going on between those suggestions, the work that we know already requires to be done, and trying to make those marry up. The one thing I would say is that all of those suggestions that come forward will not. Sorry, I'll carry on unless interrupted.
Can we just make sure everybody's on mute, please, apart from Councillor McInnes? Councillor McInnes?
Thank you, Lord Provost. What I can say is that we have tried to make clear from the very beginning that not every suggestion of those approximately 3,000 that have come in so far, plus additional ones that have come in through routes like the community councils and so on, whilst all of them are valued.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor McInnes. Councillor Lang has just dropped a note to say that his machine has unfortunately just crashed, which is why he'll have disappeared off your screen. I don't know what the process would be if you want to pause your response to him until he's restarted.
I think we're going to suffer from this. I think we'll keep going, and I'll speak to Councillor Lang when he comes back on board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just complete very quickly then. We have had an enormous range of suggestions come forward. We are attempting to sift through those to make sure that they marry up with what we know needs to be done from our own knowledge of the city. The attempt to marry those together is real, it's complex, and it involves an enormous amount of hard work. There has already been a great deal of feedback sent back around questions that have been raised around the proposals that have come forward so far, and that's a process that will continue as we go forward with this particular project. We are only partway through this process. The continuing opportunity to take action based on those suggestions and to provide further feedback will be there and will be followed assiduously as we go through the project. I'll follow up separately with Councillor Lang if he wishes to in person after this meeting.
Okay, and just to make it clear to everybody that the answer did include the fact that there will be a report on the views of the public received going to the Policy and Sustainability Committee in August 2020. Gavin?
Thank you. That takes you to 5.6. It's a question by Councillor Booth on unsuitable temporary accommodation.
Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I thank the convener for her reply. Please could she clarify what action the Council is taking to ensure that the good progress in providing accommodation for homeless people during COVID-19 is not reversed as the lockdown eases, whilst at the same time ensuring that accommodation meets the needs of homeless people and delivers good value for money?
Thanks very much for your question, Councillor Booth. I think there's a lot of work that we were doing already prior to the pandemic that was setting us on the right path around the type of accommodation that we need. So we've already prioritised increasing temporary furnished flats because they are recognised as probably the best form of accommodation for the majority of people while they are experiencing homelessness. So we've done work around the PSL scheme. We've also been looking, as you'll be aware, at purchasing properties for home shares, so where a number of people are able to share a house or a home rather than going into what would have been more traditional B&B or shared housing. But there's also a need for other types of accommodation, so supported accommodation is really important. It's one of the things I think has become very clear to me is actually everyone has different needs and we have to make sure that we're providing for those needs. So, for example, through the Homelessness Task Force, we've been looking at managed alcohol programme and how we can provide that in partnership with health and social care. And that's something that housing are very keen to provide the accommodation aspect, but we need to work with health and social care partnership because there's a clinical aspect obviously as well. So it's really about making sure that we are looking across the piece at the varying needs that we have and making sure that we're finding the right type of accommodation. So this is something that's been embedded and enshrined in our rapid rehousing plans for some time. I think one of the things that we've learned and that we've seen that's been quite phenomenal is the way that our officers have worked with partners across other public sector bodies and also across the third sector and been able to engage people in a way, people who've been rough sleeping and who have multiple and complex needs that we've maybe not been that successful at engaging with, and able to engage them with services so that they're able to access more stable long-term accommodation, making sure people understand their housing rights, addressing any issues they might have around no recourse. So I think there's a lot of learning that's come out of that and a lot of learning that we will absolutely want to hold on to and make sure that we are embedding in our practice as we go forward.
Okay, thank you.
That takes you on to 5.7. This is by Councillor Staniforth on short-term holiday lets.
Okay, Councillor Child, I think you're answering this one.
Thank you, convener. given that the Scottish Government has so generously ensured that over 350 potential homes will remain short-term lets despite the COVID crisis, does the Vice-Convener agree with me that the Scottish Government should also assist us in finding those short-term lets that are operating without planning permission?
Thank you for supplementary, Councillor Staniforth. I do agree that this is a particular issue, particularly during the COVID crisis. I think what you're referring to is, should we have a licensing regime? I think in terms of the planning function, we're doing the best that we possibly can to ensure that every short-term let that is operating does indeed have planning consent, and we've been quite successful in refusing those that are in shared stairs that cause issues in terms of local amenity. But I think to tackle this issue of difficulty with short-term lets, they are part of welcoming visitors to the city, so they're not all bad by any stretch of the imagination. But we need to get it under some kind of control, and a licensing regime is going to be part of that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
That takes you to 5.8. It's a question by Councillor Rust on council vehicles.
Councillor Rust.
No supplementary, Lord Provost. Thank the convener for the detailed answer.
Thank you.
5.9 is by Councillor Jim Campbell on compulsory redundancies.
Councillor Leader. Oh, sorry. Jim Campbell, is there a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Provost, and I thank the Leader for his answer. Yes, I do have a supplementary just in part one of my question. Members' Briefing 640 explicitly included a statement that there would be a call for volunteers for redundancy. Can the Council Leader confirm whether any such call was made as set out in Members' Briefing 640?
Happy to look into it and get back to Councillor Campbell and the rest of the Council on the specifics of what engagement has taken place. Obviously, Councillor Campbell's question relates to compulsory redundancy, which is a different topic.
Thank you.
Takes you to question 5.10, which is by Councillor Webber on Ringo parking revenue.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and Convener, thank you for the answer. It is not a small amount of money, the £101,000. So I was just actually wondering, Councillor Rankin, is that money sitting with us in the Council, or is it sitting with Ringo?
Councillor Rankin?
Yeah, my understanding is that the money would come to the Council, but I'm happy to check that out and get back to you as soon as reasonably can.
Okay, thank you.
That takes you to 5.11. It's a question by Councillor Johnson on marketing Edinburgh.
Councillor Johnson.
A brief supplementary, Lord Provost, to clarify with the convener if she thinks that good corporate governance and financial transparency are important.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Rust.
No, Johnson.
Sorry, Johnson. I think that it's pretty, we're on the cusp of one of the most significant economic downturns in almost a century, during which we will be hurtling out of the EU with no credible plan. And it's quite telling that the Conservative Party, the supposed party of business, chooses to ask the economy convener about the smallest alio that we have and one that's already in hibernation. Is this about the economic well-being of our city? In terms of his questions, Councillor Johnson is well aware that, and I've taken governance advice on this, that these questions are not questions to a convener, they're questions to the chair of an alio. I'm very happy to answer his questions. If he wants to write to me as chair of Marketing Edinburgh,
You can answer them now, they're all in front of you.
Then I will be very happy
Johnson,
to answer him. But he knows full well that this is absolutely not the appropriate forum. I have taken advice on this, and I think this is just grandstanding.
Thank you.
5.12 is a question by Councillor Young on the collection of grass cuttings.
Councillor Young.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost, and thank you very much to the convener for a very helpful answer. Could I just ask you, please, to confirm where the one operational machine that we do have currently services, and how do councillors request or book that in for their own ward for any particular problem spots?
Thank you.
Oops, no, sorry. Councillor Wilson, apologies,
Lord
Councillor
Provost.
Wilson.
Thank you,
Yep.
Lord Provost, and thank you, Councillor Young, for your question. There is only the one, yes, and we've had discussions before about this, and financially there is no money available for the purchase of more equipment, although replacement of failing equipment was put on pause for the present crisis, and but the contracts have now gone in for that, so we should see an improvement in efficiency very soon now. But if there are particular areas that Councillor Young has in mind, then if she could let me know about those, then we will target them. Obviously, we've prioritised parks and courts and other areas where the length of the grass is absolutely paramount. And I would like to commend our park staff for making a really good job of that, and again going above and beyond at this difficult time. And deprioritising other areas has been an ongoing issue, but we are getting to them now, and the one machine does have to range across the entire city. So, but if you would like, if you have a particular area in mind, if you let me know, we'll make sure that that gets attention.
Thank you.
Takes you to 513. It's a question by Councillor Young on guidance for schools and pupils.
Councillor Young.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost, and again, thank you very much to the convener for a very helpful and detailed lot of information about the pilot scheme to trial the two-way video in schools. Could I ask you please just to provide, and again after the meeting to all councillors, provide a list of all the schools that participated in that pilot process?
Councillor Perry.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Then the final question, 514, is by Councillor Bruce on grass cutting equipment.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and I'd like to thank the convener for her answers, and no supplementary.
Thank you. Superb. Well done.
That takes you to item 6 then, and it's the Leader's Report.
Council Leader, Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. It's been quite an extraordinary few months since we last met as a council, and my Leader's Report then was almost exclusively, in fact entirely, on COVID, and I'll try and keep my comments this time to some of the work that's gone on from the council and in relation to the economy in the meantime. We have absolutely never known as much change and had to live through as much change as a city as we've had in the last few months. Change to the way of life. All of us have experienced a change to how we deliver council services and services, whether it's public or private, right across our city and economy. And the economy itself has, frankly, never been in a more fragile position. And that's why we're looking to expand policies like the Edinburgh Guarantee to make it a genuine citizen guarantee for people right across our city, regardless of their age. It's why we're looking to support businesses by creating space outdoors so that they can maximise their revenue and make sure they can have the best chance of survival and thriving as recovery builds up, as restrictions are now being lifted. And within that fragility, it's encouraging that there is still elements, strong shoots of Edinburgh's economic strength within that. The £23 million that was just announced for the Futures Institute for FinTech is one of those examples that shows a future economy being invested in, mainly in part because of the way our city deal has been drafted and is creating on-the-ground investment, on-the-ground opportunities now for people, whether it's skills or an economic opportunity. And I think we have a lot to build on in that effort. All of this has been possible because in the meetings we've had with industry, with other partners, with employment agencies, with skills agencies, everyone has come with a one city mentality, a mentality of coming together, working together, putting silos, sweeping silos aside and getting the job done for our citizens. This is an enormously difficult time for everybody, and that shouldn't be underestimated, and it shouldn't be underestimated the difficulty that we will continue to have for a period of months, hopefully only months to come, as we still deal with the COVID crisis. But the last few days of no additional deaths being reported show encouraging steps that are all thanks to the hard work effort of our businesses, our citizens, in following the guidance, following the rules, and helping us get through this better as a city and as a country. More than happy to take questions on the report or anything else.
Thank you, Councillor McVeigh. Councillor White.
Thank you, Lord Provost. The Council Leader's given his update. He didn't mention the situation in some of our parks during the warmer weather recently, when we've seen a great deal of litter, large gatherings above the size that are allowed under the COVID regulations, and other disorder and misbehaviour that has had to unfortunately involve the police. On the 11th of June, Lord Provost, the Council administration, led by Councillor McVeigh, decided to reject Conservative calls for better signage in our parks to give information about the park rules, and for us to redeploy some staff to patrol the parks to make sure that people were following the rules and to give them advice and, if necessary, enforce those rules. Lord Provost, does the Council Leader regret having rejected that call now? And whether he does or not, does he agree with me that more needs to be done to enforce the park rules in these difficult times? And how would he intend to do that?
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. To correct Councillor White, we didn't reject the issues that were brought. We didn't reject the suggestions that were made, but the suggestions that were made and the issues that were brought were entirely operational in the motion by Councillor Mowat. What we did was note the issues that were raised and asked officers to go away and engage with parks groups, friends of parks groups, to work up how they could best respond. On some of the more macro issues, yes, the officers are responding to some of the issues that we've seen in terms of overcrowding, in terms of antisocial behaviour, working with the police on that so that we avoid those kind of scenes again. There is a big public messaging that has to go out around where we are in this process. While it feels like restrictions are being lifted and safety is returning, the threat of return of serious restrictions and serious public health concern is still looming very much large. And we can see down south, when some of the restrictions have been lifted in certain areas, we've seen flare-ups and restrictions having to be reinstalled. So I don't recognise the characterisation of Councillor White's assessment of where we ended up. The difference in the position was that a report would have been agreed had we accepted the Conservative position in full. Frankly, I think Councillor White's putting far too much stock in a report that would have come in a matter of weeks' time. It wouldn't have come yet in resolving some of these issues now. We need to get on with it, work with our officials and allow them to do their job in making sure that our parks are in the best condition they possibly can be for the maximum number of residents.
Councillor Staniforth.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Does the Council Leader agree with me that the COVID crisis, as it will require a realignment of the economy, is best faced with a Green New Deal, creating jobs for planet rather than damaging to it? And will he make representations to his party colleagues in Holyrood to that effect?
Can I thank Councillor Staniforth for the question? It has been an aspiration of a large number of people, including myself in the city, that we move from our current economy to a Green Deal which pulls together all the actions that we would need on energy, on transport, on a whole host of things that we need to drive carbon down within our economy. Indeed, I spoke at an event a few months ago on pretty much this very topic, on laying out the success that we've had from our city-region deal and how much further we could go with a Green Deal. The thing that it needs is everybody coming round the table, and that's the Scottish Government, it's the UK Government, it's everyone in partnership, similar to our city-region deal process. We've had the Audit Scotland assessment of the city-region deal process, which has identified Edinburgh's strong engagement with volunteer groups, for example, across the city-region. and pointed out a whole host of other strengths and how we've went about it. And we're now seeing, as I said in my introductory remarks, tangible investments being made, which point to an economic future that's strong for our city. That partnership and those relationships give us a very strong foundation to have these discussions and continue these discussions. And it's been very much something that's been on the mind of the Climate Commission and very much on the mind of the City Region Deal partners to see where we go next as we build towards a greener economy.
Councillor Aldridge.
Thanks very much, Lord Provost. Can I first start by adding our thanks to all the council staff, both frontline and behind the scenes, who have shown remarkable flexibility and hard work in really difficult and challenging times. I just wanted to get that on the record first. My question relates to the Spaces for People Town Centre consultation. And regardless of how you dress it up, it's essentially had to be restarted. So my question really is, what political leadership was there of the process? If there was none, why was there none? And if there was the leadership that we should expect, why was it so flawed?
Can I thank Councillor Aldridge for particularly the comments at the start of his contribution and absolutely echo them. It's gratifying to see that the massive effort of our 18,000 employees has been recognised by so many in our council and indeed across the city. In terms of the town centre process, I don't recognise characterisation that it's been started from scratch. I think we put out information asking for views. We then went back, and because what people wanted was the detail of what we were proposing, we went back and started fleshing out more of the detail of it before we go back and ask people for their views on it. So I don't recognise characterisation that it's been restarted. It hasn't. What they're doing is continuing the work that they were already doing. They were hoping to do it in alignment with the engagement from community council, local members, for example, so that we could deliver these interventions that are going to be so important for pedestrians, for people walking, cycling, scootering, and crucially businesses that are looking to operate within those areas. So crucial to progress. So there's no getting away from this as a slower way of doing it, but hopefully it's a way of doing it that builds a bit more confidence in the process.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I've had to join on my iPad because I'm having some technical problems. Leader, to follow on from Councillor Aldridge's point, you'll recognise the immense work that council staff have done behind the scenes, quite contrary to what Councillor White said, and the amazing work that local people and local community projects. And would you endorse the work that the Edinburgh Rape Crisis has done during the COVID-19, that they've continued to operate throughout the pandemic, and hope that all the survivors of rape and sexual assault are able to get the support they need from organisations like the Rape Crisis?
I thank Councillor Day very much, and Councillor Day and I wrote in the last pay packet that went out to all staff and wrote in giving our thanks for their effort right across the board. Absolutely, I share Councillor Day's comments about Rape Crisis Scotland, who have done a fantastic job throughout this in enormously difficult circumstances. I don't think we can put too fine a point on the fact that all services, which particularly those that are based on recovery from trauma and sexual violence, have had an enormous difficulty in making sure those services are continued to be accessible for those that need them in that horrendous situation that people can find themselves in. And Rape Crisis have done an absolutely amazing job in sustaining those services throughout our city, as have a whole host of third sector organisations across the city. They have absolutely nothing but our admiration.
Okay. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Would the Council Leader like to join with me in welcoming the Scottish Government announcement for the continuation of PUD over this period, and commend the excellent work done by the third and voluntary sector and along with the community response to the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank Councillor Gordon for the question. Absolutely join with him in echoing his welcome of the extension of funding, which will help support people right through the summer, and will help the council in providing the direct food support that it's been providing over the last couple of months, and also help support the third sector effort through EVOC and other third sector partners as well. The North Edinburgh network, which Councillor Gordon will be very much aware of, has done an absolutely fantastic job of pulling together organisations that are community-based, doing similar things previous to COVID and also not, and pulling together that community resilience and building an incredible amount of support for people right across communities in the north of the city. And I know he's very close and very supportive of those efforts. Absolutely, the continuation of funding has been crucial to make sure that we can continue that support. And what we need to do now is make sure that when those services are stepped down, and they will be stepped down at some point, the community are still resilient, still strong, and still able to access services that they need in what will be incredibly challenging circumstances.
Thank you. Councillor Mowat.
Sorry, thank you, Lord Provost. I wasn't expecting to come in there. I wanted to ask the leader that given his rejection of or amendment to the motion on operational grounds, what additional actions had been taken which can help ensure parks and green spaces are available to all, given the scenes that we have seen recently? Because I think we are struggling to see what operational changes were put in place apart from to prevent, rather than the incredible clear up that has been done on repeated occasions, which of course we would all rather see prevention is better than cure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. There has been additional engagement with the police on some of the patrols. That's relevant for the number of people in terms of engaging to make sure that's still complying with the guidance, and also obviously to make sure that any antisocial behaviour issues are picked up in areas where there are lots of people, particularly the Meadows, Portobello Beach, etc. And there also has been a focus amongst the communication team as to how we get the messaging out. There is already messaging within our parks, asking people to take the rubbish with them, asking people to bin it, asking people to follow guidance and make sure that those kind of issues are not being exacerbated. Absolutely, we'll continue that effort with officers, whether it's communication team or parks officers, to make sure that there's an on-the-ground presence where needed, and that online messaging and on-the-ground messaging at all times.
Councillor Main.
Thank you, Lord Provost. As I'm sure the leader is aware, right through the pandemic, community centre management committees have been continuing their voluntary work supporting local residents. And this has been made more difficult because the community centre staff and the key volunteers are denied access to their community centres. They've remained closed despite the Scottish Government guidance allowing them to be used. And there's been ongoing vandalism at the outdoor temporary spaces set up, from tents being stolen to wooden furniture being broken up and burnt. Does the leader feel the treatment of other community centre management committees by this council during lockdown has been appropriate? And what would he do differently in the future?
Can I thank Councillor Main for the question? Yes, I do, broadly. And the problem in this is that everybody agrees, and everyone does agree, that community centres should be open as quickly and as safely as possible. The disagreement that we have, I'm afraid, is whether we have an alternative or not. My view and my assessment, having worked through this with the Chief Executive and other officers, is that consistently we haven't had an alternative course of action other than that we've been bound by, and that's because of safety. It's because of capacity of cleaning and making sure things are opened safely. And it's been an inability to act, not an unwillingness to act. So in terms of doing things differently, to put it bluntly, I don't think we could have at any point. What we have done, and what I've personally been involved in a number of instances right across the city, is found alternative arrangements for other organisations based on assets that we know we can keep open and keep safe, and make sure those organisations who are doing absolutely amazing work across our communities can still do that work within their communities. There is a report coming to the next Policy and Sustainability Committee in mid-July. That will flesh these issues out in a bit more detail and hopefully give us a roadmap of when we can get these facilities back open for our communities. But that has to be done safely. It has to be done recognising the capacity issues that we have in cleaning and resources, and it has to be done, I think, in the best interest of the community. It is worth saying, again, the very low numbers now that we're seeing of COVID transmissions is based on the actions that councils and government have taken right across the board. And while I absolutely appreciate the frustration that people want their community assets open, and absolutely share that frustration in terms of the ones in my own wards and right across the city, we have to do that in the safest possible way to make sure that we don't slip backwards and fight against COVID.
Councillor Osler.
Thank you, Lord Provost. As we are now moving to phase 2 of our recovery from lockdown, does the leader agree with me that it is vital that residents and visitors have a clear understanding of what is and is not allowed? And so, will he commit to making sure that all COVID signs across our city are clear and up to date to reflect this, especially within our parks?
Can I thank Councillor Osler for the question? Absolutely, I agree, and will absolutely endeavour to do that. It's a big city and there will be lots of signs that are put up, and I would urge and ask every elected member to help in that effort. And if there is outdated messaging, please do let communications team and parks officers know and help us update it. But I absolutely agree with Councillor Osler, it's important and essential, whether it's on street in terms of messaging around social distancing, physical distancing, or whether it's in relation to parks and conduct within parks and other open spaces. It's absolutely essential to get that message over.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Lord Provost. There seems to be a recurring theme of green space in parks. My question to the leader relates to the green space in my ward at Morden, where it'd probably be impossible to see, but I've got lots of lovely pictures here of how clean and tidy the residents in Morden keep the green space. My question to the leader is that if this was his council ward and your constituents had just been notified at the very last minute about site investigations taking place and that green space being fenced off right the way around the perimeter as we approach school holidays, and after COVID, and bear in mind there are 8 high-rise blocks in this ward, would he be concerned at the way in which residents have been communicated and consulted and elected members involved in this, and what would he expect of officers going forward? Thank you.
Can I thank Councillor Cameron for the question? I'm afraid I'm not close enough to detail about what information has been circulated to local members and the community, but I would absolutely expect people to have that information, whether it's through the community council or local elected members or other residents and community groups. I appreciate it's incredibly frustrating, and if it was my ward and it was the green space that I used most often, I think it would be frustrating to see that fencing go up. It is important to recognise that the council are doing all they can to maintain access. So the play park, for example, will remain accessible throughout these exploratory works so that those community assets within the green space is protected as best it can be. And we need to all help, I think, get that message out.
Councillor Dickey.
Thank you, Lord Provost. The leader will join me in welcoming the Deputy First Minister's statement that if we stay on track, pupils will return to full-time school in August where they belong. The impact of lockdown on children and young people cannot be underestimated, or on our families and our schools across the city. It has, though, had a particular and at times significant impact on children who already face challenges in their daily life and those with additional needs across their diversity. Some now even so affected that they're too anxious to leave their homes. In this fast-moving situation, can the leader provide reassurance that these children lie at the heart of this council's planning and that they will be fully supported back to school in a way that is right for them, and that health and well-being will lie at the heart of all learning for all children in the return to school?
I thank Councillor Dickey for the question and thank her for her efforts in getting to quite a positive position, I think, in terms of the government guidance as to how we get all children back where they belong in school, learning and making the most of opportunities that they'll have later in life. I think Councillor Dickey raises an incredibly important point, because what we've seen and what we have seen in the last few weeks in particular, when plans were beginning to be known, particularly the contingency plans, were frankly a poor understanding of what's required to support young people in their education. We saw very two-dimensional understandings about putting lots of kids in a room and just basically having one person, whether it was a teacher or not, standing in front of them. And as long as they were 2 metres apart, that would be somehow fine. This council does have an astute sense of what is needed in terms of the educational attainment of our children and the support that's needed to make sure that the GIRFEC principles, to make sure that the attainment gap closing focus that we have as an administration, as a council, as a city, is still absolutely embedded and central to the way we are taking this forward. This is not an easy process, and it's not just about supply of teachers, it's not just about supply of space, it's about how you bring all those components together and support our young people to maximise their opportunity in school and in life. And absolutely, I can assure Councillor Dickey that this administration will continue to do that.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Thank the convener for his support. I'm sure he and all the other councillors would cautiously welcome the opening up of our city. We've seen, obviously, takeaways open, our shops are now opening up, and next week beer gardens will, but still no public toilets. There have been reports of the situation over the past few weeks. The council leader said he is deeply disappointed, and yet still they remain closed. So can the leader explain why, when customer toilets and supermarkets and garden centres have been open for a number of weeks, why our city's toilets remain closed, and when we might expect them to open? Thank you.
Can I thank Councillor Laidlaw for the question? We are now looking at how we can reopen public toilets, but it is not as simple as reopening the public toilets that were across the city before. There is a significant cost to making sure that the safety standards and public health standards are met, particularly in locations where we're likely to see large numbers of people trying to use those facilities. The welcome news for me in the beer gardens opening was the ability of establishments to open their own facilities, because obviously that has been one of the main attributory factors. The issues in links and the south of the city in particular, where we've seen pubs open for takeaway, and we've seen people not do what they should have done, which is take those takeaway facilities home with them. They've congregated somewhere in the city drinking them, with the obvious impact of that being not having access to the public toilets. It will cost an additional resource. It will take an additional staff resource, and we need to think about the safety and security of our staff in this as well. But we are now working that through with officers. There was guidance additional this week from the Scottish Government in relation to public conveniences, and we're fleshing that out to see what help that can be in taking this forward. But I do repeat, this is not a simple matter of reopening facilities that are there. If we're to do it safely, if we're to do it within the parameters of public health that we all have to work to, and with cognizance on additional resources that frankly we don't have right now, we need to find a balance and reopen them in the right way. And I dare say, to add to that, we also have to do it in a way that doesn't encourage behaviour that is not within the guidance of public health.
Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and thank the Councillor for his report. Can I join other councillors in welcoming the recent engagement with council officers in relation to town centres and protection? But since the day social distancing was introduced, it was clear that our city would have a problem with tenement and other dwellers above shopping areas, like our town centres, where they exited their properties onto busy shopping streets. Does the council leader share my disappointment that 3 months into social distancing, little or no physical steps have been taken to protect the health and lives of citizens who live in areas where, by necessity, they have to use streets where currently social distancing is impossible?
I mean, I don't obviously share that view from Councillor Barry. There's been a number of interventions, more interventions in Edinburgh than any other place in Scotland to support physical distancing, to support people going about their day and getting access to green space, other amenities, shops, etc., in the safest possible way. The town centre programme we would have liked to have seen delivered faster. We would have liked to have seen many of the 3,000 suggestions that we've had from members of the public delivered faster. In reality, though, we are up against a capacity of our officers and ability to work through things as quickly as they can. I can assure the Council that they are working through these suggestions as quickly as possible, and that our aim is absolutely steadfastly to deliver the maximum number of interventions to support public health and support physical distancing on street and across our city, right across our communities. One of the most important elements of the town centre work that officers are doing right now is that it's not based on one town centre, i.e. our city centre. It's based on all our town centres across our communities to make sure that people can genuinely work towards that 20-minute neighbourhood, take advantage of the amenity of the shops, of the businesses within their own community and support them, and in doing so, hopefully support the entire city in a stronger way as we recover.
Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and thank the leader for his report. And with respect to the building a better Edinburgh together, I concur with the sentiments there, but ask that it's taken further. And given that the reports at 8.1 and 8.2 on today's agenda and the information that they contain, what actions has he taken and will he take as leader of the council along with his deputy to ensure that Edinburgh is fully and fairly funded so that we can achieve some of the things that he aspires to within that paragraph?
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. Can I thank Councillor Munro for the question? The bit that was missing there, and I'm absolutely happy to confirm, I have written to the Scottish Government. I think I confirmed that previously at a Policy and Sustainability Committee. I previously set out with the Government the specific challenges Edinburgh is facing in terms of our ALIOs and the scale and size of some of that financial challenge and why Edinburgh needs to be considered for additional help and resource to get us through that. Stood with council colleagues from across the country and asking for additional resource, which was then agreed and paid in terms of 12.2 million that's come to the government from the Scottish Government. But the point I would make, and I would throw a little bit of challenge back to Councillor Munro, Kate Forbes, the Finance Secretary, has set out a programme of additional resource ask from the Scottish Government, of the UK Government. And it is really important, I think, that we build a political consensus around that. I can't get blood from a stone and Kate Forbes can't give me money that she doesn't have. And we all need to be saying with one voice that the source of the funding, which is the UK Government, whether I like it or not, and I don't, meets the expectations and requirements of Scotland in being able to fund our services as they recover and being able to fund interventions in our economy that can build a greener, fairer future. So I would absolutely agree with Councillor Munro that my job is to continue to stand up for Edinburgh. That's what I've been doing. That's what I'll continue to do. I'll continue to make the case for Edinburgh, and in many cases the special case for Edinburgh, because we have a number of factors that don't exist elsewhere. But I would say that the bit that cannot be missed is when the Scottish Government are asking for additional resource from the UK Government to meet some of these requests from me, from other service areas across government, that has to be with one voice from Scotland. COSLA is speaking with one voice very directly and engaging with partners from down south in England and Wales and Northern Ireland to make sure that local government's voice is strong, and that the request to the source of that funding, which is the UK Government, is strong too. That doesn't stop anybody engaging directly with the Scottish Government, but it's a recognition that for those requests to be met, additional resources will have to be made available by the UK Government, and very much hope for Councillor Munro's support in doing so.
Councillor Kate Campbell.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. Sorry, I had some trouble unmuting there. Would the Council leader join me in recognising and welcoming the phenomenal partnership working that we had around homelessness at the start of this pandemic, where we saw not just our own officers, but officers in public health, within the NHS, community police officers, and of course third sector organisations with support from the Scottish Government come together to make sure that everyone who was rough sleeping in Edinburgh was able to be given a place to stay. But it was so much more than just a bed. The support that was put in place has enabled people to find out about their housing rights, to make sure that they are eligible for public funds, and to be able to engage with the system and begin to move through that system. And would he also join me in making a commitment that the important lessons that we've learned through this process will be embedded, and that successful practice will be embedded in how we tackle homelessness going forward?
Can I thank Councillor Campbell for the question? Absolutely agree that this has to be a legacy of what we have lived through as a city. The partnership engagement, the additional resource that's been made available, the willingness of public, private sector, third sector to come together in genuine partnership, leaving in many cases their own individual interest as organisations at the door and finding the right solution has been absolutely enormously successful in driving change. And we shouldn't be willing to let go of any of that. We should be willing to stand with our partners and continue that effort. It has shown what is possible in the art of the possible. And it is shown, I think, when we work together and genuinely have a laser-like focus on these things, we can achieve results, and we can achieve results quickly. Obviously, we'll have rapid action transition plans brought forward, as all councils will, in terms of how we deal with these things in the medium to longer term. But the short-term measures that we've taken, I think, show that the urgency, the sense of urgency in dealing with what is a personal crisis for someone to end up in homelessness or at risk of homelessness can't be lost. And I think the urgency and the sense of urgency needs to be retained if we're going to make sustained progress in making homelessness a thing of the past in Edinburgh.
Councillor Burgess.
Thanks, Lord Provost. Council Leader, last week the Policy and Sustainability Committee agreed that the Council would make representation to the Scottish Government about the introduction of COVID-19 testing for staff in schools when they return in August. It's clear that making testing available for school staff could help control the spread of any local outbreak, and particularly contagion between school staff, and it would also provide early medical support for any staff that should prove test positive. I wonder if the Council Leader has had a chance yet to speak with the Scottish Government Education Secretary about COVID-19 testing for schools, and is he able to update the Council? The urgency, as we know from the experience with care homes, that instituting a testing regime takes time, so it's important that an action plan is underway. Thank you.
Thank Councillor Burgess for the question. Absolutely, I think that was an important part of the composite all-party motion that was agreed just on Thursday. I haven't written yet to the Cabinet Secretary and haven't spoken to him yet about it. I'm not sure if there's been direct engagement yet between officers, but more than happy to check that and get back to Councillor Burgess.
Thank you.
Councillor McNees-Meekin.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yep.
I wanted to ask if the Council Leader will join me in welcoming the fantastic, innovative work that's been done by our many ethnic and multicultural community festivals, who've been working really hard throughout this unprecedented pandemic to, adapt their celebrations in response to COVID-19. And a year which started with the explosive and powerful video installation by Caius Bancoli on the front of our city chambers, which really highlighted the too often whitewashed history of a city where fortunes were made on the degradation of human slavery. We've already been breaking new ground with our culture department and with our Black ethnic minority creatives in the city, with African, South Asian, Chinese, and many other voices. But this pandemic has thrown up huge challenges to all of our festivals, the more established ones and the newer ones alike. But Diwali and Edinburgh's Multicultural Festival have really stepped up. They're looking at innovative hybrid models, digital offerings alongside socially distanced live performances, behind glass processional displays, and so on. So basically, can you join me in acknowledging that during one of the most challenging periods many of us have ever experienced, I want to thank our Black, Asian, minority ethnic musicians, artists, and performers, and hopefully look forward to work that celebrates, brings color and joy to the city, but also increases our knowledge and understanding of our shared history and shared humanity.
Can I absolutely thank Councillor Meakin for the question, and absolutely echo everything she said. I think the Multicultural Festival will be hopefully an absolute triumph when it's able to re-establish, when it's able to re-establish in person, I should say. And the amount of things that have went on and are going on to try and shift our city's thinking and try and shift our city's understanding and acceptance of more ethnic minority voices in art and in our society, I think has been well noted. And that trend has to continue. There needs to be more acknowledgement. There needs to be more work done, I think, to celebrate the contribution of ethnic minority people to our city and to hear their voice. One of the things that is so important about the art, and I'm glad Councillor Meakin talked about the piece which was projected onto City Chambers over Hogmanay Festival, and I think that was the most poignant and appropriate place for it to be projected, is that it's not just the voice of, to put it bluntly, white people talking for ethnic minority people. It's the voice of ethnic minority people telling their version, their story, and that's so important. I was very proud to take part in a podcast, the inaugural podcast of No Beef on Instagram, which is one of just one example of more ethnic minority people wanting to project their own voice, wanting to have a discussion and lead that discussion instead of watching white people talk about them. They want to lead that discussion and want to be part of it. And the quicker we can change that artistic multiculturalism into political multiculturalism and make sure our own council chamber is less white, I think the better.
And the final question to the leader is Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Provost. Council Leader, I was very pleased to hear you saying that you would embed the lessons that we've learned during the pandemic with regard to homelessness, and that the Council's homelessness team did an incredible job of driving all that partnership working. What I want to ask you, Council Leader, though, is all these things will cost money and resources going forward, and balancing that with the return of tourism. Surely the tourism levy would help to bring resources to mitigate the impact of affordable holidays, its negative impact on affordable accommodation. And I would like to ask you, will you be continuing to support a levy that would help this city to cope with some of the issues that it causes?
Can I thank Councillor Watt for the question? Absolutely. I took part in a discussion with Edinburgh World Heritage a couple of weeks ago and made my position quite clear that I didn't think there was any reason to postpone or delay the implementation of the transit visit levy. More substantively, there's two things on the cost element. One is there is going to be a significant cost somewhere in that person's journey through homelessness. It is cheaper and more effective to intervene earlier and far better in terms of outcomes for the individual. So by working together with agencies and looking at where money is being spent and looking at where it could be spent better, I think as a genuine partnership, not losing that get it done attitude, I think we can get over those hurdles. But there's another fundamental point about housing supply in our city. What we've seen in the last couple of months is a number of landlords who previously had short-term lets resort back to the residential market. That's a good thing and should be encouraged. And our council officers have done a fantastic job, not only in trying to help that as much as possible, but directly trying to get those properties into short-term accommodation for people who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness, to make sure that supply of appropriate accommodation is expanded. And that seems to be doing a very good job of trying to pull those properties together and having some success in doing it. So this problem is multifaceted. It will take that partnership to continue. It will take additional revenue, I think, between the partners, but it also requires some of those fundamental challenges which caused us issues within our housing market to change. And absolutely, I echo a lot of what the Place campaign are calling for in terms of short-term lets that don't have permission not to re-establish themselves as short-term lets. They should take this opportunity to come out of the short-term market if they don't have permission to operate in it, and they should go back into residential properties. These are residential properties. That's what they should be used for. And the council is willing to help facilitate that as best we can. And if people need to sign a deal that gives them certainty of income throughout a period of time and gives us supply of that property and those properties to help address some of the homelessness issues, then even better.
Thank you, Council Leader.
Okay, thank you, Council Leader, for all your answers and for councillors for the questions. And I'll now hand you back to the clerk for item 7.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes you to item 7.1. It's appointments to committees and proposed changes to outside bodies. And it's just to note we also need a name from the Liberal Democrat group for this item.
Councillor Aldridge.
Yes, I'd like to propose Councillor Neil Ross. Thanks.
Okay. Do we need a seconder for that, Gavin?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Do we?
Oh, yeah. Councillor Goyer.
I'm very happy to second this nomination, and I'm grateful to the other Councillor Ross, Lord Provost, for stepping in until we can get the executive committees back to normal. So happy to second.
Okay, thank you.
Just to check that we're moving agreement to all the recommendations there, not just that appointment.
Okay. Is there any contributions wished on the recommendations 1.2 to the association, the Articles of Association for Change Works, or indeed 1.3 on the Royal Blind Asylum School? Are there any contributions? I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so yes, I think we can move all 3 recommendations.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take silence as being
agreed.
Agreed. Excellent, thank you.
Then that takes you on to item 8.1. This is the unaudited annual accounts for 19 and 20, and we have a Conservative addendum and a Green Group addendum.
Okay, Councillor Rankin to move the paper.
Yes, thank you, Lord Provost. Well, I want to begin by saying, I'm happy not to accept the Conservative addendum on this. It seems odd to me that it fails to mention why the Council is in its current financial position, and perhaps deliberately leaving it open to the construction that it's somehow about financial management or mismanagement, which of course would run quite contrary to what our auditors have had to say about our financial performance in recent years. The report called for in the amendment, it seems to me, is unnecessary, as budget reports will cover the ground that the amendment, or rather the addendum, speaks of anyway. Perhaps one of the Conservative remedies is compulsory redundancies, in which case that they should say that openly. On the Green addendum, the administration can accept it with the insertion of the word again in the first line of 1.1.8 of the addendum to read, right again to Scottish ministers, as you've heard the leader say under the leader's report. He has been in direct contact with the Scottish Government and the relevant ministers quite regularly on this subject, and also through COSLA leaders. So that's where I think we are on the Conservative addendum and the Green addendum, and I hope the Greens will accept that minor verbal amendment. But to come back to the unaudited annual accounts, I'm pleased to present them for noting and submission to the external auditor, the Council's unaudited annual accounts for the year ending on the 31st of March this year. The impacts of the pandemic have made preparation of the accounts particularly challenging. Whilst emergency legislation allowed the Council to delay submission by up to 2 months, the commitment and professionalism of all the finance staff and colleagues across the Council has meant that no extension has in fact been necessary, and I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all of those concerned. Completion of the accounts has also allowed attention to now be fully focused on the undoubted financial challenges of the current year. As members of the Policy and Sustainability Committee will be aware, whilst the main financial impacts of COVID-19 are being felt in 2020 to 2021, the last financial year was also significantly affected with the loss in March of the £6 million Lothian Buses dividend and over £1 million of parking-related income. Whilst without these factors, the Council would have achieved its 13th successive balanced outturn. The provisional overspend for 2019 to 2020 is £5.2 million, a sum that will require to be met from reserves. And I'll talk more about the current year's position in the context of item 8.2. I commend the unaudited annual accounts to the Council for moving.
To second, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I would like to echo Councillor Rankin's comments in paying tribute to the hard work undertaken by all financial staff, balancing the need to prepare the 2019-20 accounts whilst hitting the ground running and tracking the position of 2021. I formally second the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. To move the Conservative Group addendum, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. I'd start by saying how good it is to hear from the Finance Convener, because he's been oddly silent on the Council's precarious finance position during the discussion at the Policy and Sustainability Committee. Firstly, the Conservative amendment, the Conservative addendum that just seeks to highlight the precarious financial position that the Council's in. Obviously, it's no surprise to anybody. Obviously, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has been a major contributor, but it's not been the only contributor. We have overspends in the Place Directorate and in the Children and Families Directorate, which have essentially become par for the course when it comes to looking at the Council's accounts, where we've ended up with around £3 million of unmitigated pressures in the Place Directorate, which is something which everybody should be aware of as councillors and something which we need to look at addressing going forward. We can't allow that to continue. So while, as Councillor Rankin said, the COVID-19 pandemic is undoubtedly the major contributor here, it is not the only contributor, and work needs to be done on that. In our budget motions, which the Conservative Group moved in 2018 and in 2019, we looked to build up council reserves. Unfortunately, that was rejected as part of the administration's budget motion, and we're obviously in a position now where our reserves have been eaten into substantially, and again, that should be a cause for concern for all councillors and should rightly be highlighted here. Thirdly, we are noting the £6 million dividend from Lothian Buses did not materialise. Councillor Rankin noted that in his own comments himself, so I'm not sure why he was not at least able to accept that point. And finally, there is no specific mention of no compulsory redundancies in here, but the Conservative Group have made extremely clear our position previously that it's a route which the Council should be looking to go down in order to meet its financial obligations. There isn't the funds available for a substantial programme of voluntary redundancies, and we've got to look, given the precarious financial position the Council's in, at every possible option in order to mitigate this. I move a Conservative addendum.
To second the Conservative Group addendum, Councillor White.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm very happy to second Councillor Hutchison's addendum. We do need to see some more action and reporting looking back at the accounts because they tell us the story of the last financial year. And that story is that the Council was overspent for the first time in 13 years. Yes, as Councillor Hutchison has indicated, we do recognise that the COVID crisis has played a part in that, but it is not the whole story. There is a great deal in there that shows that savings which were predicted have not all been made, that management action to resolve that should have been taken halfway through the year. We called for that. Very little was done. And there's an increase in staffing numbers. Now, we know that the council's staffing numbers fluctuate in different areas, but the overall control of numbers and the staffing population is very important to ensure that we get the budgeting right and that we target people at the right roles when we have difficult choices to make. We need a report on that so that we can inform the situation going forward. Now, Councillor Rankin, in speaking to this, indicated a few things which are actually things that we as a Conservative group have put in our proposals, our addendum for item 8.2, because they're about the revenue budget going forward. And we've made specific requests there around speaking to Scottish Government for money. And I heard the Council Leader, in answer to questions a little earlier, talk about Westminster being the source of all money. Well, that's not entirely true, because here in Scotland, the Scottish Government is now responsible for income tax and various other taxes, and is much more responsible for raising as well as spending the money. So that's not the case any longer. But more importantly, Scotland has had 3.6 billion to the Scottish Government to help with the COVID situation, and it's about 11 billion in total if you take in all the support to businesses that has come forward through the furlough scheme and other methods. So it does seem odd that we would talk about that at the moment, when I think our challenge to Scottish Government shouldn't be just about funding directly, but also about looking at its own budget and doing what the UK government has done and moving funds that were earmarked but may not be spent in the same way to more pressing needs. And we can only make the case if we look back and audit what we've got properly. Lord Provost, this addendum is an attempt at being constructive, because we want to get to the bottom of why the budget didn't achieve its goals last year. It has had a major impact on reserves. Those reserves are dropping dramatically and will be dwindling away in 2 to 3 years' time if we're not careful. We have to resolve this now, and we'll have more to say on the matter of the budget going forward in the next item. Thank you. I'm happy to second Councillor Hutchison.
To move the Green addendum, I'm going to call on Councillor Corbett, and if you could address the verbal suggestion, the verbal amendment suggested by Councillor Rankin. Councillor Corbett.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Provost. I'm happy to accept the insertion of that word into the addendum, and really just to briefly say the unaudited annual accounts normally go through full council with very little comment, and we may expect that the fuller scrutiny is left to the appropriate committees. But these, of course, are not normal times. For the first time in more than a decade, the council is having to dig deep into reserves to balance the budget, and that's last year, before the impact of the pandemic was really felt. And we know that the current year is set to be much worse, not just for the council, but also for its subsidiaries and partner organisations. So that can't go on. Year after year, it's been tighter and tighter, and all at the time when the City Council receives the lowest government settlement per head of anywhere in Scotland. So that's why my amendment puts the onus on the Scottish Government to play fair by Edinburgh, and also seeks to make sure that in the future, the City can be more in control of its own financial destiny. So, Lord Provost, this isn't simply about the accounts. It's about fairness and it's about democracy. And in so doing, I move the Green Amendment.
Thank you. And to move the second, the Green addendum, Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'll formally second that, if that's okay.
It's perfectly okay. Delighted, in fact. Councillor Neil Ross.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I would first of all like to express my thanks to the Council Finance Chief Hugh Dunn and his team for meeting the normal timetable for producing the annual accounts despite the added constraints inflicted by the pandemic. I have sent him a few technical comments and queries on the accounts, and I've had satisfactory replies. But I'm very grateful for the immense amount of work that goes into keeping councillors appraised of the financial position throughout the year, as well as for the final accounts. These accounts, Lord Provost, and the report on the revenue update for the current year that follows, paint a rather worrying picture of the Council's finances. Last year, as has been noted by other speakers, the Council exceeded its budget, and this was for two planned reasons. First of all, it had to be bailed out from the reserves to the tune of £8 million because it couldn't live within the budget set by this administration. And for a second time, to the tune of another £5 million when the arrival of the coronavirus lockdown froze out the expected £6 million dividend from Lothian buses, and the Council ended the year with a £5 million unexpected deficit. In total, the Council's reserves have fallen by £25 million over the course of the year, as pointed out by the Tory addendum and noted on page 17 of the accounts. This is no way to run prudent, responsible finances. And that's even before the full devastating effect of the lockdown will be felt on the current year's figures. This administration has to get a grip and take a serious look at the financial impact of its policies. The advice from these accounts is clear, and I quote from page 14. There needs to be a fundamental reassessment of the Council's services, priorities and operating models. As I've said before, the Council needs to rethink what it does and how it does it. This administration likes to think it takes a responsible approach to the Council's finances. Well, let me say this. The accounts for last year tell a different story. This administration has steered the Council into rough financial waters even before the pandemic. With the state of the Council's finances now in serious trouble, we need a change in direction before they are dashed to pieces. Lord Provost, the Lib Dem group will be supporting this Tory addendum and also the addendum to 8.2. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Watt.
Apologies for the slow reaction there, Provost, and thank you. So, given that there's expected to be a severe downturn in the economy and a huge number of people facing unemployment, for the Edinburgh Council to be making compulsory redundancies at this time would do absolutely nothing to assist in the economic recovery of this city and this country. I'm just astonished that people would be putting that forward at this time. Thank you, Provost.
There are no other names indicated to contribute, so Councillor Rankin, right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Provost. I momentarily lost control of my mouse there. I'm back with you. There is evidently no context in the Conservative addendum of the Council's financial position and that, in fact, of local authorities right across the United Kingdom, even putting the pandemic aside. The Council has saved well over £250 million since 2010, and that is despite a rising demand for council services over those years. And it would be helpful if the opposition would acknowledge that that rising demand is an objective fact. It can be seen in the demography of the city and also in rising school rolls, to name but two areas. Now, Councillor White appeared to suggest that the Scottish Government should raise taxes, which is something the Conservatives would no doubt decry if it came from anyone else. The leader was right to say that the UK Government is the only source of finance for local government on the emerging scale. His opposite numbers, I think, in local authorities across England and Wales have been making much the same point directly to the UK Government and also through the Local Government Association. And I note that the UK government has said that it is working on a financial package for local authorities. We wait to see what emerges from that. And there might be something in the Chancellor's financial statement which is due in the next week or so. In response to Councillor Ross, he asked for a fundamental reassessment of the Council's finances. But that's exactly what's been put in train by this administration. And he will have noted the programme that has been put in the public domain and it has been explained to councillors already. But with that, I move the report and rejecting the Conservative addendum and accepting the Green amendment, and I'm glad that they've accepted the one-word verbal amendment which I have suggested to them. I move.
Gavin?
Thank you, Lord Provost. So we have a coalition motion, which is also accepted the Green addendum with a minor verbal amendment. And we also have a Conservative amendment moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor White. As with all of the votes in remote meetings, this will be done by roll call. So I will run through the list of names and I will ask you to indicate whether you're voting for the motion or the amendment. If we could start off with the Lord Provost, please.
Motion.
Councillor Aldridge.
Amendment.
Councillor Arthur.
Motion.
Councillor Barry.
Motion.
Councillor Bird.
Motion.
Councillor Booth.
Motion.
Councillor Bridgman.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Councillor Bruce.
Amendment.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion with a Green addendum.
Councillor Cameron.
Motion.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Kate Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Mary Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Child.
Motion.
Councillor Nick Cook. Councillor Nick Cook. Okay, that takes us to Councillor Corbett.
Motion.
Councillor Day.
Motion.
Councillor Dickey.
Motion.
Councillor Dixon.
Motion.
Councillor Doggett.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Doran.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Fullerton.
Motion.
Councillor Gardner.
Motion.
Councillor Gloyer.
Amendment.
Councillor Gordon.
Motion.
Councillor Gratchick's not present, so that takes us to Councillor Griffiths.
Motion.
Councillor Ricky Henderson.
Motion.
Councillor Hutchison.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Johnson.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Key.
Motion.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Lang.
Amendment.
Councillor McInnes.
Motion.
Councillor Main.
Motion with Green addendum.
Councillor McClellan.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor McNeice Meakin.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
The motion, please.
Councillor Mitchell.
The addendum, please.
Councillor Mowat.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Munn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Motion.
Councillor Osler.
Addendum.
Councillor Perry.
Motion. Motion.
Councillor Ray.
Motion.
Councillor Rankin.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Rose.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Neil Ross.
Addendum.
Councillor Rust.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Smith.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Staniforth.
For the motion.
Councillor Watt.
Motion.
Councillor Webber.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor White.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
Councillor Work.
Motion.
And Councillor Young.
Addendum.
Okay, that means that there was 37 votes for the motion, 22 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried. That then takes you on to item 8.2 in the agenda. This is Revenue Budget 2020-2021 update, referred from the Policy and Sustainability Committee, and we have a Conservative addendum.
Okay, to move the report, Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm very happy to move the report. A word or two about the Conservative addendum. Again, there seems to be no reference to the obvious explanation for the Council's financial position in paragraph 1. The point made in paragraph 2 of the amendment was answered at the Policy and Sustainability Committee last week, so it's not obvious to me why a report would be needed. On point 3 of the addendum, the administration has kept the Scottish Government informed of the Council's financial position, both directly, and you heard Council leaders speak to that point earlier on, and through COSLA's submission on local authority finance overall. And as I imagine most members will be aware, COSLA is speaking to the Local Government Association in England in order to make common cause in making its points to the UK government. So if I can turn then to the revenue budget update itself, I think as members will be aware, the Leadership Advisory Panel and the Policy and Sustainability Committee have between them already considered 3 reports on the Council's revenue budget for the current financial year from this April. This reflects the gravity of the COVID-related financial challenges in front of the Council in this financial year, and particularly the loss of income to the Council and its allios. The report to last Thursday's Policy and Sustainability Committee set out a remaining gap of at least £30 million, with the potential for this to increase significantly, subject to the pace of the city's recovery. Given this, I'm clear that we will need to look again at the content and affordability of the revenue budget framework for the next 3 years, from 2020 to 2023, and the 10-year budget strategy that Council approved on the 20th of February, and I will bring forward proposals later in the year based on the best information that we have available. In the meantime, members may recall that as part of the Stage 1 consideration of the Finance Bill in the Scottish Parliament, the Council received £7.43 million of additional revenue funding, the majority of which remains unallocated at the moment. Whilst recognising the particular pressures on the EIGB, with a proposed contribution of £2 million, I acknowledge the need to lead by example, and as an important first step, fully support now applying the remaining balance to offset wider COVID-related pressures. I commend the report to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And to second the report, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Provost. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the Council to pressures that are unimaginable. When the Council approved its budget only 4 months ago, while we will continue to push the Scottish and UK governments to recognise in full these financial implications, I support the report's recommendations.
Thank you. To move the Conservative Group addendum, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm somewhat flattered that rather than moving his report first, Councillor Rankin always starts by addressing our amendments and addendums. Obviously, have him worried to some extent. It's worth pointing out to Councillor Rankin that this is an addendum. We are accepting the rest of the recommendations of the report. The context is set by the report. Nobody is disputing the context. These are merely additional points which we are seeking to add to the report. I see Councillor Ross nodding enthusiastically there. Obviously, as has already been discussed at length, because Councillor Rankin raised some of these points in the last report, the funding gap which the Council faces this year is significant. It's as yet unknown. This is an uncertain situation. It's a fluid situation. That funding gap could continue to grow. And as Councillor Ross noted in his remarks on the last report, eating into reserves in the manner which we already have done is not prudent financial management, and it leaves us with very little wiggle room going forward, and that's why we have chosen to highlight that particular point in our addendum. The report on the furloughed staff, Councillor Rankin says it was answered at Policy and Sustainability. I would beg to differ. I think there needs to be a detailed explanation of why that approach was not taken. Councillor Watt mentioned in her comments on the last report the issue of compulsory redundancies. Obviously, the furlough programme, as was discussed at Policy and Sustainability, is available for posts where staff would be at risk of redundancy, as has already been mentioned. There isn't the money available for a substantial programme of voluntary redundancies, so I'd be interested to know how Councillor Watt thought these staff were at risk of redundancy if there's no money for voluntary redundancies and she's ruling out compulsory ones. On the final point, Councillor Corbett put it perfectly in his comments on the last report. The Scottish Government needs to play fair by Edinburgh, and we are simply asking that this Council continues to make the case for that to happen and to cover the needs which have arisen as a result of this pandemic, and to do that in a vocal and public matter rather than the sort of previous bus-stop diplomacy which has been the standard which we've come to expect from this administration. I move the Conservative addendum.
To second the Conservative addendum, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm very happy to second this addendum, and I'm struck by the complacency in Councillor Rankin's response. Alarm bells should be going off at the burn rate that we are seeing in our reserves. He talks about leading by example. The very least I would expect of the person in charge of the city's finances to do would be to get in touch with Kate Forbes, the Finance Secretary, and finally make the case for Edinburgh. I didn't hear him say that. The point of furlough was not clarified at the Policy and Sustainability Committee last week. We don't know why these people weren't furloughed from the 19th of March, which was when the furlough scheme became available. Could they have been? Should they have been? Would that have delivered more badly needed finances into our coffers? We don't know. I would invite him to clarify that again when he sums up. And it's another example of the muddled thinking from this administration. We heard earlier on the council leader talk again about how he is committed to pressing ahead with a tourist tax, which flies in the face of the fact that, on the other hand, Kate Forbes is asking for a cut in tax. She wants to see less VAT. The 2 points don't marry up. And also the Scottish Government has paused any consultation on the tourist tax. So I think Councillor Rankin has to stand up and take accountability for the privileged position that he's in, make the case for Edinburgh, recognise that the finances are in an alarming state and are going to get worse. And to use his own words, lead by example. Please address these points when you sum up. I second the addendum.
Councillor Corbett.
Thanks very much, Lord Provost. I don't disagree with quite a few of the points we made in the debate so far. It's just that for an addendum, the Conservative addendum doesn't actually add very much. The funding gaps already been discussed in the previous item. We discussed this whole report, obviously, at Policy and Sustainability last week, and there was no division at that point, including the issue of the furloughed staff. And as Councillor Hutchison accurately said, the previous item with the Green addendum included actually raises the issue about making the case for fair funding for Edinburgh. So on the basis that there's nothing actually added by this addendum, I can't see any merit in supporting it. And it does unfortunately seem that in the absence of anything new to say, the Conservatives have just served up some back het stuff for the purpose of grandstanding, which I'm not really sure is what the city actually needs just now. So we'll be supporting the report as submitted.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to respond regarding furlough. When the scheme was introduced in March, it was for employees who were doing no work whatsoever. They could not even answer, respond to emails and things. The council was actively trying to redeploy as many people as possible, and also there was work that needed to be done at that time with regard to those staff. To my mind, that furlough scheme was flawed in that respect, that it meant that people had to be kept on doing a tiny amount of work, but because they were doing just some work, they could not be furloughed. It was a huge flaw in the scheme, which has eventually been addressed and now allows for some part working, but it did not at that time. I also would like to respond to Councillor Hutchison, saying that if Councillor Watt thinks there shouldn't be redundancies, can she please come up with a way that these can be avoided? I will be putting forward a motion to the next Policy and Strategy Committee, which deals with a large part of the financial issue that the Council is facing, and I'm hoping that I can count on Councillor Hutchison and his party to give it enthusiastic support. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Just very briefly, I wasn't intending to contribute because my colleagues have done an excellent job in putting forward the reasons for an addendum here. But I think the criticisms of it require to be responded to. Councillor Corbett suggested there wasn't much in it. Well, if we haven't had proper explanation of the furlough scheme, and we didn't get it at P&S. We expected to have it through answers to questions to officers at that meeting. They didn't satisfy us, but we hadn't formally lodged anything in advance because we fully expected all our questions to be answered. Well, they haven't been answered, and here is our opportunity to seek those answers. That shouldn't be dismissed because I'm sure the public will want to know more about that. And with regard to calling for proper funding for Edinburgh to meet our specific needs, this is the right place to do it. This is the forward-looking report on the agenda, and I would suggest that if he thinks that it was addressed in a report on the accounts, which we've just had, that he's made a mistake and he's lodged his own addendum in the wrong place. We need to be forward-looking. We need to look at the year ahead and the years thereafter, and that's where we should be making the case to the Scottish Government that they need to rethink their budgets as we go forward and look at how they spend their money. Some more of it should probably come to local government. Thank you.
I have no other names, so Councillor Rankin to reply.
Yes, thank you, Lord Provost. I'm surprised that this appears to be almost a collective loss of memory about what was said following at the last meeting of Policy and Strategy. I remember the head of finance directly addressing that point, and it's there on the record if anyone wants to go back and to watch the recording. Now, if that answer isn't deemed to be fully satisfactory, I'm sure that it can be addressed again in the next budget update, and I'll be asking officers to look at that. I reject any suggestion at all of complacency at a time of extreme financial stress, which is being felt right across the country. It's quite obvious what our position is, and it's obvious what responses and representations that the administration has made and will continue to make. I think the leader has been doing an excellent job in keeping closely in touch with Kate Forbes. I think you'll find that she is fully aware of Edinburgh's position and of the fact that we have a particular financial pinch points in terms of things like our dependence on income in areas like parking, but also the effect of loss of income on our alios and of Lothian buses. Those have been made absolutely clear to the Scottish Government, and I'm in no doubt that the leader has done an excellent job in doing that, and I'm happy to support him, and that he and I have been in regular touch about these very matters and the way in which they're presented to the Scottish Government. It's all very well to say the Scottish Government should rethink its budget. I'm sure it's doing that anyway, but the suggestion that it needs to do it in a way which is somehow going to produce the amount of resources which are plainly required and which local authorities across the UK are saying they need in order to stay financially viable. It's something which I find surprising. It's quite obvious that what has happened financially to all local authorities across the UK is something which is quite unprecedented, and we're all very well aware of the reasons for that happening. So I'll just conclude then by saying I want to move the report as it stands with the recommendations. Really, thank you.
Thank you. Gavin?
Thank you, Lord Provost. So we have a coalition motion moving the report, moved by Councillor Rankin, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. And we have a Conservative amendment as circulated, moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Again, I'll be taking us through a roll call vote and asking whether you voted for the motion or the amendment. Can we start again with the Lord Provost, please?
Motion.
Councillor Aldridge?
Addendum.
Sorry, that broke up. Councillor Aldridge, was that amendment?
Try again, it was addendum.
Thank you. Councillor Arthur.
Motion. Thank you.
Councillor Barry.
Motion.
Councillor Bird. Councillor Bird, please.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Motion.
Councillor Bridgman.
Motion.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Bruce.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion, please.
Councillor Cameron.
Motion. Thank you.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Addendum.
Councillor Kate Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Mary Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Child.
Motion.
I don't believe Councillor Nick Cook is present, so that takes us to Councillor Corbett.
Motion.
Councillor Day.
Motion.
Councillor Dickey.
Motion.
Councillor Dixon.
Motion.
Councillor Doggett.
Addendum.
Councillor Dorn.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Addendum.
Councillor Fullerton.
Motion.
Councillor Gardner.
For the motion.
Councillor Gloyer.
Addendum.
Councillor Gordon.
For the motion.
Again, Councillor Graczyk isn't here, so that takes us to Councillor Griffiths.
Motion.
Councillor Henderson.
Motion.
Councillor Howie's not here, so that takes us to Councillor Hutchison.
Addendum.
Councillor Johnson.
Addendum.
Councillor Key.
Motion.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Addendum.
Councillor Lang.
Addendum.
Councillor McInnes.
Motion.
Councillor Main.
Motion.
Councillor McClellan.
Addendum.
Councillor McNeice Meakin.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
The motion, please.
Councillor Mitchell.
The addendum, please.
Councillor Mowat.
Addendum, please.
Councillor Munn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Motion.
Councillor Osler.
Addendum, please.
Councillor Perry.
Motion.
Councillor Ray.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rankin.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Addendum.
Councillor Rose.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Neil Ross.
Addendum, please.
Councillor Rust.
Conservative addendum.
Councillor Smith.
Addendum, please.
Councillor Staniforth.
For the motion.
Councillor Watt.
Motion.
Councillor Webber.
Conservative addendum, please.
Councillor White.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
The motion.
Councillor Work.
Motion.
And Councillor Young.
Addendum.
Thank you. That means it's 36 votes for the motion and 23 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried. That takes you on to item 8.3. It's the Lothian Pension Fund Unaudited Annual Report and Financial Statements for 2020.
To move the report, Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'll be brief. Following consideration at last Wednesday's Pensions Committee, I'm pleased to present the Lothian Pension Fund and the Scottish Homes Pension Fund Unaudited Annual Report and Financial Statements for 2020 to the Council for noting. As required by the Local Government Pension Scheme regulations, the report includes coverage of the fund's overall management, financial and investment performance, as well as commentary on its governance and performance against administrative targets. Whilst the investment and administrative activities of the fund were unsurprisingly latterly affected by the pandemic, the report nonetheless sets out a range of achievements over the year. In acknowledging the invaluable support of the Pensions Committee, Pension Board, employers and fund employees, I commend the report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And to second the report, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I formally second the recommendations in the report.
Excellent. Okay. I have no contributions in the chat bar, so can we take it that paper is agreed? Silence will help me. Thank you.
Agreed.
That takes you to item 8.4. It's the report of the Office of the Lord Provost, Year 3 Report 2019-20, and we have a coalition addendum and a Conservative group addendum as well.
Thank you, Gavin. Firstly, can I start by highlighting that this report covers the complete range of our civic function, covering the Lord Provost, the Deputy Lord Provost, and indeed all 5 bailies. Now, as a capital city, we benefit from a very highly visible civic programme throughout the year, which I have to say gives our city a worldwide exposure that no other city that I'm aware of receives. But we also carry out a significant amount of work here in the city with our local groups and across all sectors of our society, from and including our BAME citizens and our hard-to-reach groups within the city. And I would like to thank the councillors who, through motions and through proposals to myself and to the Deputy Lord Provost, highlight these groups in the city and allow us to give them the proper recognition that they indeed deserve. And of course, I'd also like to thank in particular the bailies for covering the citizenship ceremonies, welcoming new citizens to the United Kingdom. It's a very popular ceremony, and Edinburgh has one of the highest levels of attendance at these events. But since the coronavirus lockdown, the civic programme has been severely curtailed, and we have lost many of our major events that give us that worldwide coverage. We've lost the opening of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. Of course, we've lost our festivals and our tattoos, which are central to Edinburgh. The riding of the marches has gone, as has the Diwali ceremony in November. And we also lost a cultural assembly, which only happens every 2 years, where ministers, cultural ministers from many overseas countries come to Edinburgh. And unfortunately, this year was to be their year. But however, even during this lockdown, we have made extensive use of new technology in terms of various calls like this, or doing videos to support events that have been able to carry themselves out virtually and operate virtually. Now, it's unlikely that mass gatherings will be allowed any time in the near future, and so for the last 6 weeks or so, city officers have already been reviewing how we can deliver civic events for the remainder of this calendar year. And so I'm and I do recognise, although that's been happening internally within the Office of the Lord Provost, that needs to be communicated to the wider councillor grouping. And so I'm quite happy, as part of this proposal, moving this paper, to include the coalition addendum in my moving, and also to accept the Conservative addendum as well. One of the things I've been specifically asking city officers to look forward to is how we will be able as a city to recognise the great efforts carried out by our frontline NHS and carer staff, and indeed the wider volunteer community within the city, who have done a tremendous job. And I think as a city,
it is absolutely critical that we do something to recognise the great efforts, but we'll be coming back with more detail on that nearer the time. So I'd like to once again thank the Deputy Lord Provost and the Bailies for their ongoing support and the hard work that they do, often behind the scenes, in carrying out the civic function of the city. And on behalf of all the civic leads, I would also like to thank the staff of the Office of the Lord Provost for the hard work, commitment and support that they've given us all over the course of the last year, and in doing so, move the paper. I'd like to call on the Councillor Griffiths to second. I think you're muted, Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry. I would like to echo you, Lord Provost, in thanking staff and the city officers for all the work that they've done to try and keep things moving. And I know that I have seen yourself on social media carrying out some events, which is really good for the city to continue to do that. The role of Lord Provost and Deputy Lord Provost and the Bailies is such an important role to our city, as you say, both locally and internationally. But in this time of the pandemic, I think locally it is so important. It's so important that our citizens see that whilst the work of the council is continuing and our staff and officers are working extremely hard in that, but it's important they also see the civic side of the city, because that is so important to be maintained and not to be lost over this period of time. I support the Lord Provost in the recommending the report and accepting his agreement to our addendum. Thank you.
Okay. To move the Conservative addendum, we have Councillor Rust, I think.
Bailey Rust, Lord Provost.
Bailey Rust. Oh, my apologies, Bailey Rust.
I'd just like to really, I'll be brief. I'll echo really the comments of yourself and the Deputy Lord Provost, Councillor Griffiths. We very much welcome this report. I think you thanked the Deputy Lord Provost and the Bailies for their work. I think we would also very much like to, without sounding too sort of backslapping, thank you for all of your work during this year. There's a very extensive range of engagements which are undertaken, and I think this has already been said. It's really important, particularly at this time as we come out of the national pandemic, the civic role of the city, which really is unparalleled elsewhere. Our addendum simply thanking the staff, without which we couldn't do half of what we currently do, and it was simply to draw out the report itself obviously endorses a general approach post-COVID-19, and it's simply looking for a further report with some more detail about how it would work in practice. So I'm very pleased to move the Conservative addendum.
Okay. And seconding the Conservative addendum?
Councillor Rose here. I'll second it formally.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. I have no contributions, so we can take the paper as agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes you on to item 8.5. This is the friendship agreement with Contal Maison.
Okay, so I think all councillors will be aware of the historic connection between Edinburgh and Contal Maison via the Battle of the Somme and the McRae Battalion. And the McRae Battalion Trust has done a tremendous job in maintaining that relationship, that historic relationship. They have been driving for some time to have a cairn assembled. In fact, it was first requested back in 1919 that a cairn for the McRae Battalion be constructed in Contal Maison to recognise the loss and the commitment at the Battle of the Somme. And it was the driving force of Jack Alexander, the historian, who actually brought that to fruition, and the cairn was built back in 2004. Now, since that time, there's an annual service of remembrance carried out on the 1st of July in Contal Maison at the cairn, one which has been attended tremendously by the civic side of Edinburgh so far, and Councillor Griffiths, Councillors Wilson, Henderson and Wark, I know for a fact, have all attended and represented the capital city tremendously well there. but the McRae Battalion has been pushing for some time for us just to slightly formalise our situation with the people of Contalmaison, because not only is there a historic connection there, but the graves of those who were lost are still tended by those who are in that local area, and perhaps others may wish to speak on that. This is a more formal recognition of the civic tie-up, and it gives me great pleasure in moving the paper as written. And I'd call on Councillor Griffiths to second. You're still muted, Councillor Griffiths, unfortunately. Try again.
That's
you.
You hear?
Yep. Got you now.
No, right. Okay. I'm absolutely delighted to second this report. The friendship agreement with Contalmaison, I think, it is long overdue. I had the honour of representing the city last year at the ceremony, and it's only when you're there standing in front of the cairn that you just realise just how important it is, this connection between this very small village in France and in the city of Edinburgh. It is such a moving ceremony. The people there take it very, very seriously, and their link with the city. While I was there, Jack Alexander, actually from the McRae Trust, as Lord Provost says, took me around some graveyards that are well attended, but showed me also gravestones and graves of young men from the Lord Provost Battalion, which is the other connection to the city. And I think it would be a great loss if we didn't keep this connection up. So I am absolutely really welcome this friendship agreement, and happy to second. Thank you, Lord
Councillor
Provost.
Wark.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Provost. This is a very apt timing, as tomorrow will be the 1st of July, and as already mentioned, somebody would have been there representing the Lord Provost tomorrow at the annual pilgrimage, as the McRae Battalion Trust call it. And I'm very much aware that Councillor Griffiths last year attended as Deputy Lord Provost, and I had the honour to attend the 100 years commemorative event in 2016, which was even bigger, which is the biggest event I have attended to do with that. And quite rightly mentioned, the village of Contalmaison really pull out all the stops to support this event. Their commitment and their friendship and their understanding and their respect should be commended. And I think this type of agreement, which the Lord Provost will be signing, will reconfirm or confirm the city's commitment to that. On that day, there was something like 3/4 of the McRae Battalion were lost, the strength was lost on that fateful day. And as I think Councillor Griffiths already mentioned, on that cairn is also the 15th Battalion Royal Scots, who fought alongside the 16th. The 15th were known as the Lord Provost of Edinburgh's battalion, the 1st Battalion. And the 16th Royal Scots, also known as McRae Battalion, also known as the Sporting Battalion, were also the 2nd Edinburgh Battalion. And although they did draw their recruitment far and wide from Lothians and Fife, the connection with Edinburgh and as I already mentioned, many of them are lying in the fields of France, and we should do all we can to remember this. So I'm delighted to support this at this time, and I know that McRae Battalion Trust will be very supportive. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to say a few words, and I really appreciate being able to attend the event on behalf of the city, and so I would totally commend this to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Lord Provost. If I may, just for a few moments, I wanted to remind everyone of Lieutenant Colonel Gary Tate, who sadly died last year, and it was just his anniversary a couple of weeks ago. And his mother, being a very dear friend of mine, I would know that Gary would be so delighted to hear that they were going forward with this, and I just wanted to say a few words in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doran. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Provost. The history has been well covered, not just in the report, but in the contributions that we've had. But as you pointed out, Lord Provost, I did have the honour to represent the city at one of these commemorations, and but more than that, our relationship with the Mayor, and just wanted to also put a word in for the previous Mayor, Patricia, who sadly died a couple of years ago, and it was very much a dream of hers to have this friendship agreement. She would be delighted to see this coming forward, and indeed the present Mayor as well. The people of Comtal Maison, though not large in number, have been hugely supportive of this for many, many years, and it's a really close relationship that we have with that town, and that is aptly celebrated here in this friendship agreement.
Thank you. I have no other contributions in the chat box. Are we happy to agree that paper? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes you on to motions, and the first one is motion 9.1. It's by Councillor Webber on Dolphin Gardens, West Park, Rangers.
Councillor Webber.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I suppose, and firstly, before I get started, I know this is only about one specific group of volunteers and one specific community, but I know that this has been replicated across the city by so many different people, and I don't want this to be a signal that we can have lots of letters going out from the Lord Provost. I hope that doesn't happen, but I do want to thank you very much for letting me speak today, Lord Provost, and I do hope that you will find it possible to accept my motion. So throughout the lockdown period, it's quite straightforward and self-explanatory. This group of residents took it upon themselves to start cutting this bit of grass in their area. Last year, it was 14 weeks between cuts, and I think that was the only green space that they were able to access through the restrictions. But they did chip in and bought themselves an industrial mower, some strimmers, and they've been doing some local fundraising. And they've got quite a lot of skills in this group, as they clearly have one of their blacksmith friends that came and repaired the swings, and they've done a lot of work on this piece of grass. More importantly, along with some of the local farmers that also have larger industrial machinery, they came together and on 2 or 3 occasions went up to the cemetery in Curry, which is a war grave, and there's many, many local people and people from across the east of Scotland that are buried there. They have kept that and maintained that during the lockdown, and that has been a huge symbol of respect, and the Kirk has really, the outpouring of thanks has been quite telling across the community. And this month in the local Curry and Blerno News, this same group appear on the front page. So it has been really well received in the community. But they've also come to me and have asked for help from the council, and it has been tremendous. The Green Spaces team, there's been some benches donated, and Andy Edwards and the roads team, we've been doing everything that we can to help and work with this group to facilitate it. And I just want to say thank you to all of those officers as well that have done everything they can to help this group, who are striving that hard just to make their little bit of the city a bit tidier. But with all of that, it is tinged with a little bit of sadness, and it was only 2 weeks ago, sorry.
Bit of time.
Thank you. Oh gosh, I don't know if I can. One of the members, David, sadly died. He was one of the key members in the group and had been on the waiting list for a cardiac procedure that was postponed due to the pandemic. And so hence the emotion. So with that, I submit my motion to the council today. Thank you.
To second the motion, Councillor Bruce.
Aye, thank you, Lord Provost. Yes, formally, Lord Provost.
Thank you, thank you. I see no other contributions. We're happy to agree the motion. Agreed, thank you. Can I just say on that type of motion, and while I'm not adverse to signing lots of letters, I'm not necessarily certain that's the best way to do it. But as I mentioned under paper 8.4, we are looking to try and identify groups who have done a great job across the city. So can I ask individual councillors to feed that information into the Office of the Lord Provost, and we'll use that in a way to be able to try and do some sort of celebration when we get the opportunity to do so. Gavin?
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. That takes you on to item 9.2. This is a motion by Councillor Fullerton on the fire at Stockton Park enclosure. Mr. Kyle McAndrew.
Councillor Fullerton.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. I'm pleased to speak to my motion on Kyle McAndrew, not only because of his bravery and the act of kindness, but also because he lives in my ward and just round the corner from me. Kyle is 32 years of age, is a devoted family man to his partner Joe and two boys, Kai, who's 9, and Caden, who's 8. He works hard in his joinery company. But going back to the event, Kyle's back garden meets the boundary of Stockton Park enclosure, which is why, luckily, he was able to respond so quickly to the fire when it first broke out. And whilst alerting the emergency services, Kyle had no hesitation at all in negotiating the railings to get to the fire, and without any thought of his own safety, pulled the injured man to safety. Kyle is a humble man who did this unselfish act without any thought of the publicity that subsequently surrounded him and quite took him by surprise. But to all of us in our community, he is a local hero. So I'd like to move my motion. Thank you.
And to second the motion, Councillor Wilson.
I would very much like to echo the words of Councillor Fullerton, and but otherwise I think she's very much covered it. This is something that we really should recognise, and again also my local area, so very proud of our local hero, otherwise formally.
I see no other contributions, so we are agreeing the motion. Agreed, thank you.
That takes you on to item 9.3. This is a motion by Councillor Wilson on the 50th anniversary of Gavel Edinburgh.
Councillor Wilson.
So thank you, Lord Provost. I think it's very important to recognise, we talked earlier in your own report, Lord Provost, about the need to recognise and encourage the things that were going on locally. And this was last year that we acknowledge the 50 years and celebrate the 50 years. But it is quite an opportunity that it has come forward now, because since then, I would add, I mean, we have the history of the organisation and what it does there is spelled out in the motion. But I would add to that this is an organisation that has reacted extremely well to the present pandemic. And if anybody wants to find lots of helpful videos on how to do virtually anything, as far as I can see, then you could do worse than go to the Facebook site, and all done in such a way that it maximises its usefulness to people with learning disabilities, which is really their focus. And it's difficult to describe such a diverse organisation and what they have achieved in the 50 years. I mean, you could go far away or you could go near at hand. I mean, I've got stories about their tools for self-reliance has made a difference to developing countries worldwide. And I even had a technician at a school that I was teaching at more than a decade ago, and who told me that the bag of tools in the small village in Africa had come from tools for self-reliance. It was very much prized by the owner. And for 2 sort of Christmas fairs and things that they do from their local centre in Orwell Terrace, and which I remember opening a few years ago back when I was Lord Provost. And this specially built facility is very much used, very much trusted, and it is a fantastic centre for the local community, but also providing a facility citywide. I mean, they've had a significant impact. Even just recently launched the opening of the water turbine in Stockton Park. Well, that was actually their idea in the first place, going back again over a decade, to even now when there are things like they have a fully functioning bakery well, it will be fully functioning after the lockdown, but a wide variety of projects but a great addition to what we do in the city, and an organisation that the city should be proud of, and been operating since 1969. So this is a congratulatory motion. Thank you, Lord Provost. A big congratulations to this organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. To second the motion, Councillor Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Lord Provost. And I echo very much what Councillor Wilson had to say there, and I had the privilege of visiting the art facility myself, and it's in Orwell Place only last year, and it's quite amazing what goes on there. It's a real eye-opener, and it really does hit the heart as well, Councillor Webber, when you see some of the people in there. And what they have to go through just to get through the day, and the wonderful work that's done inside that particular facility. And I just to continue, just like to say a few words. Garvel's 50th anniversary, 50 years of service to the community of excuse me, Gorgie Rye and beyond. It's just fantastic, and it's many thanks to Nancy Wilson and to everyone at Garwell for the amazing work they do in helping those less fortunate and able, and who often go unnoticed while living right beside us in our own communities. I'd just like to add that several weeks ago, it might be months actually, but several weeks ago I received an urgent plea from a constituent in Red Hall, Longston. It was regarding her severely disabled daughter, who every week attends the Garville Art facility in Orwell Place, providing care for her daughter and respite for herself. She was no longer going to be able to attend, so I asked why, and because the facility was going to close, albeit temporarily. Attending was crucial for the well-being of this little girl, and being at home all day was not an option for her mum, due to various commitments. It took a whole day of effort, but through my efforts I managed to get the decision to close reversed. This meant that several students, there were only a few actually in the building at the time, being housed in the building at the time, who would otherwise have been denied care, could attend their art classes, and as usual, including my constituent's daughter. So I would just like to take this opportunity also to thank all the officers who assisted me on that day and kept this important facility open. So I'm very happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other contributions, so we're happy to accept the motion.
Yeah.
Looking for nodding heads and things. Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes you to item 9.4. This is a motion by Councillor Arthur on signage for Scotland's largest historical mural.
Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I think the Collington Tunnel project is something we should all be proud of, and is perhaps something we can learn from. I think with funding from the local community, Sustrans and the Armed Forces Covenant Trust, a community group led by Mike Scott, Eddie Banks and former ward councillor Elaine Aitken, who I'm sure many people will remember fondly, have created something that's really special. They've converted what people used to feel unsafe travelling through into what must be one of the top 10 attractions for people to see in Edinburgh. The artist Chris Rutherford has worked along with street artists Craig Robertson and Duncan Pearce, and dozens of local school children to create something which really is quite impressive. Everybody has a favourite section of it, and for me, it's a small boy picking his nose, and I think that was actually painted by one of the local school children. But with the success that it's created, they estimate over 1,000 people a day are now visiting it. It has created some minor problems in terms of people find it difficult to locate. A constituent by chance contacted me yesterday. His house is directly above the tunnel, and he said he had caught someone in his garden looking for the entrance to it who had been following Google Maps. So I think it's time to think about signage, both to help people find the tunnel and also to help people who have found the tunnel to find their way to the village, Collington Village, so they can make use of the local businesses. The motion calls for a report within 2 cycles, but I'd be just as happy if council officers could just get on with this, speak to the team behind the tunnel, and also speak to the community council about how to progress getting the signage in place to help support people who are trying to find it. I'm happy to present this motion. Thank you. You're muted.
Thank you. To second the motion, Councillor Key.
Thanks, Lord Provost. Yeah, one of my favourite short, sweet, but very safe bike rides is from my house along the canal and then along the Water of Leith to Balerno. But without a doubt, the low point of that journey was always the trip through the dirty, smelly, unlit Collington Tunnel, which, as Scott said, is now just fantastic, and it's a real beacon of community project work. It's beautiful. So I have no problem at all in seconding the motion on improving signage, but I would say I would prefer people to go there by foot, by bike and by public transport and not take the car. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I have no other contributions, so we accept the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes us on to item 9.5. This is a motion by Councillor Cameron on the safe reopening of businesses in Edinburgh. We have a Conservative amendment and a Liberal Democrat addendum.
Okay, to move the paper, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Lord Provost. As we've heard from the council leader earlier on in this meeting, the economy of Edinburgh is extremely fragile as a result of the COVID pandemic. So this motion is designed to sort of support the safe reopening of businesses in Edinburgh. Those of us who are members of the Edinburgh Licensing Board will know that that board took a decision to write to the First Minister in relation to the safe reopening of outdoor space, outdoor licensed space. In terms of paragraph 2, what I'd like to highlight about that is that it would be helpful if elected members were told or it was shared with us as to what that work is that's happening across the relevant departments, and also that we as councillors and elected representatives can input to that work and support that work locally. Last Thursday, when I made some comments to the P&S committee regarding the report on how we support small business, I said that it's important for us to work across the city, and because the city is so varied, we have a city centre, we have local shopping areas, we have some areas that have very few business facilities. So that's why, in terms of how we address coming out of this COVID, we really have to work hard and work closely together, cross-party, cross-city, to demonstrate and give clear political and civic leadership on this, because make no bones about it, our economy, as we already know, has taken a hit in terms of tourism. We have issues to resolve in terms of looking after people who are homeless and the housing costs. So I'll stop there and just say that in terms of the update report, as I've said, I would expect prior to that update report that elected members would be briefed on the work thus far and give an opportunity to give feedback to officers. Thank you.
To second the motion, Councillor Kate Campbell.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. Unusually, actually, I agree with quite a lot of the Conservative amendment, but probably because a lot of it is already being done and being led by this administration. But really, it's about a four-part process. It's about the transport aspect and the space to move, to queue and for tables and chairs. But it's about the licences that will be required, about guidance and support for businesses opening safely, and about promoting those local businesses and high streets and town centres. And this work is being led by officers in regulatory, in economic development and in transport to put together a really joined up approach. And they're developing a one-stop shop, so businesses that need support will be able to access one place in the council and be able to get all of that support. But I wanted to think for a minute about what thriving means. Because a thriving place, it's about a place-based but also a people-based approach, and it's about creating a robust and resilient, well-being focused economy. Public realm designed for wheeling and walking creates vibrant places, and vibrant places are good for businesses, they're good for residents, and they're good for communities. And I think it's really crucial that there isn't a do-nothing scenario that works here. We need transport planning to enable people to get to and from high streets, but also to move about them safely, and it's crucial for businesses to operate. And actually, none of this is new, and it's not particularly radical. There's absolutely heaps of evidence from New York, Portland, Dublin, Copenhagen, Bern, San Francisco. We know that people who walk and cycle spend more on high streets and they visit more often. Where cycle lanes are introduced, you see an increase in tax revenue, retail sales and footfall. Good active infrastructure reduces retail vacancies and increases retail rental values. And the evidence is there that these measures will be beneficial to businesses. But of course, we also have to protect accessibility. So parking spaces, disabled parking spaces are being retained. But with GDP down over 20% in April, we have to act quickly to support businesses. And that brings me onto the consultation, because there's been some criticisms that have been levelled at the consultation. To be clear, the Scottish Government gave us the ability to do this without consulting, but we know that local people have really good insights, and that's why the consultation process has gone ahead, although it has obviously had to be quick. It's actually not dissimilar to quite a well-established planning process where you have an outline planning permission which sets out the area in scope and the principles, and then you have a detailed plan that follows that up in response to any issues that have come up in the first consultation. This is good practice, and it's disappointing that some councillors are trying to give the impression that there's been some sort of U-turn or flaw in the process when this has truly been debunked, and it seems actually quite cynical and disingenuous, because the process has been exemplar and the officers have put in a power of work to move this along quickly, and we know that the outcomes of this process will be absolutely critical to our economy. Just Lord Provost, just to finish up, I thought it might be helpful if I outlined what we were willing to accept from the amendment. So for 9.5, for the Conservative amendment, we'd accept 1 to 3, 5A, C and B.
Lord Provost, with respect, that's for the mover of the amendment, the motion to point of order. Sorry, Lord Provost, to be discourteous.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to hear the amendments first, and then the mover of the motion to say what they're agreeing.
Okay.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. To move the amendment by the Conservative group, I have Councillor Webber.
Yes, thank you, Lord Provost. Sorry, I was a bit taken aback there about what was going on, so let me catch my breath. First of all, I just would like to thank Councillor Leslie Cameron for bringing the motion forward. We know how important businesses, small and large, are to the recovery of our city, and it's key that we give them a signal and a really clear direction that we are there standing by them and wanting to help them. And all businesses, from big to small, from retail parks to the many local town centres that we have in our city, all deserve to be supported. And yesterday saw many of these open up across the city. Not so much in Juniper Green, however, because disproportionately we have 6 hairdressers. So as yet we are still waiting for many of ours to open, and at which point we will then return to be the best coiffed part of the city. Our approach, as has been intimated, cannot be one size that fits all, and it should be reflective of the vast levels of diversity that we have across the city, both in the types of businesses that we have and in the various commercial environments that they're all operating in. We need to be more than just spaces for people, to be the catalyst for this recovery, which is why we've brought forward this amendment that just goes that little bit further and provides and documents specific and pragmatic options and solutions for businesses so that they can see them tangibly written down in front of them, which sometimes is really key to that communication and engagement. These solutions and options are clearly understandable and are ones that businesses will see have a real value in how they will help them bounce back over the coming months. Some are basic but key. The buy local message, this has been tremendously positive outcome from the lockdown, but we need to encourage this to continue. And others will be welcome. The relaxation potentially on the rules for outdoor and eating and drinking through licensing, etc. Because a cafe in Balerno, for example, would need to spend £2,000 to get enough space from a licence to accommodate only 6 customers. And they would need to sell quite a lot of coffee to even make that worth their while. And they don't really have the footfall that some of the establishments might have elsewhere in the city. And it's clearly a fine balance as such that we need to have between the different options and the approaches we have for different parts of the city. That is key, which is why understanding these businesses is essential and why we want to ensure and reinforce the need for worthwhile, widespread and inclusive consultation with businesses and their relevant trade organisations across the city. And at the heart of all of this is ensuring that the decision-making process is transparent, especially if we are to be flexible with our approach and take the adaptation and renewal of the city and support our many diverse businesses, from Balerno Main Street to Ocean Terminal. There's quite a lot of variation in there, much of which has been referenced and confirmed today. The council leader in himself and the leader's questions referenced the diversity. So I do not want to end on a bleak note, but we really need to look hard at ourselves if we believe that we cannot improve the process that we have right now, which is why we have really drilled down and asked for that last point to interpret and drill down on how the decision-making process can be improved to ensure transparency. However, someone needs to put their camera on mute, I believe. They're on mute. However, I feel that supporting our businesses and helping them bounce back with tangible solutions that they can see and have the acceptance of the content of the rest of my amendment that we've laid down today is far more important than the inability to accept the need for self-improvement in our processes. And with that, I move our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And to second the amendment, Councillor Mowat.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I think if we'd written this a couple of weeks ago, our ask would have been less specific, because I was having and have been in touch with officers throughout this, because it has always been a concern of mine from the minute we went into lockdown, that how we got out of lockdown and how we restarted businesses, that there would have to be changes. And I was very encouraged, as Councillor Campbell alluded to, by the work that officers were doing. Unfortunately, it seems that there seems to be some sort of lack of communication happening, which I can only imagine is happening somewhere between the council, which is why we've been quite specific in our ask about the provision of guidance and also how decisions are being taken where there are decisions to be taken about competing uses of space and competing income generation for those spaces. Because I have had a very busy week last week and actually this week, and only this morning during this meeting, someone saying they cannot get any decisions to make the preparations that they need to do for reopening. The dates are coming out now. They are very concerned. Businesses have to take these decisions. They have to put preparations in place. They have to make orders. They also have to follow guidance in, some of which is coming from the Scottish Government. So we have to respond to that, and we appreciate those delays. But we need to make this easy for them. And I have got businesses coming to me who have got businesses, branches in other parts, in other cities, and we aren't coming out of this as a council as a top performer. And I would like this report to change that so that we do become one of the councils where people are saying, my God, this council is so helpful. It's really powering ahead to try and get us in place so that the city can start up. And the city can get going again, that businesses can start generating that income that we need, and that people can feel safe and secure in moving around. At the moment, I feel the emphasis seems to be on creating the spaces. Now, we all know that we've been asked to move at speed, that the Scottish Government has said you can move at speed, but that doesn't mean you don't count the cost of what you're doing. It was disturbing to me today to hear that not even an overall cost about how the spaces for people measure could be given at this moment in time. When I'm hearing from outside that people have made requests that the income should be used to help them to generate further business income, and they're being told the budget has all been spent. Neither of those two things can both be right. So I think that transparency is required for elected members. We still have an oversight role, even if the council is moving at pace under emergency measures. So I will stop there because I'm sure that I have exceeded my 3 minutes, and I will second our amendment. Thank you.
To move the addendum by the Liberal Democrats, Councillor Wang.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. Can I add my thanks to Councillor Cameron for the motion that she's brought forward today, and for yet again allowing us to consider how we help businesses across the city deal with the economic crisis that so many of them are facing. I myself come from a small business family, and so I know how difficult it is, even in the so-called easy times, and I simply can't imagine just how tough it must be, particularly for smaller businesses right now. And in a way, I want to apologise to Councillor Cameron for bringing forward what I appreciate is in part something of a grumpy addendum from the Liberal Democrats. But I do think that grumpiness is justified, given the events that we've seen of the last 2 weeks. As Councillor Aldridge highlighted earlier on, the recent consultation on the town centres left a lot to be desired. Councillors, community groups, traders were all asked for feedback on what was an extremely vague set of plans. Indeed, it was basically a set of red line maps. There was no detail, there were no specifics, and I'm afraid I just disagree with Councillor Campbell. What was published 2 weeks ago was not described then as a set of principles. They were described as a set of proposals. And what business needs now of all times, I think, is clarity and certainty. And regrettably, I think the consultation from a few weeks ago simply created confusion and concern. I think businesses deserved better than that. And all that's really been achieved is a frustrating and I think wholly avoidable 2-week delay when we are constantly told there isn't a moment to lose. And I think this spinning of what's happened over the last 2 weeks by some councillors is unhelpful. But looking forward, I really hope that the new consultations next week are as detailed and specific as possible. This needs to learn the lessons, I think, of 2 weeks ago and be a genuine engagement exercise. Similarly, Lord Provost, we need to realise that this council does not know everything and we don't have all the answers. It's why the Liberal Democrats brought forward the amendment to committee 2 weeks ago, specifically calling for a listening exercise, so that we are going out and we're actually asking businesses what it is that the council could and should be doing to help. We need to listen. We need to understand. This is going to be a crucial piece of work, I think, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that progress over the next few weeks. Lord Provost, for many businesses, this could be a make or break few weeks ahead of us. And if they go, I really fear that many of them won't return. It should sharpen all of our minds in taking meaningful action that makes a real difference to the businesses on which this city depends. And I move the Liberal Democrat addendum. Thank you.
Thank you. To second the Liberal Democrat addendum, Councillor Neil Ross.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm sure you will agree with me when I say that our residents and local businesses deserve the full support of the Council in their recovery from the pandemic. One welcome feature of the response from Council officers has been a straightforward, honest, practical approach, aside from some initial hiccups, to providing food packages to shielding residents, proper care and housing to homeless people, and to distributing grants to local businesses. These efforts have been greatly appreciated, and not just by the recipients, by all residents. Such efforts help to build that invaluable commodity called trust. It is such a pity, then, that trust can be so easily lost by the vague one-size-fits-all blanket approach applied from above by the SNP Labour administration to facilitating social distancing in our town centres. In Morningside Ward, as my fellow ward councillors can confirm.
Lost sound. Okay, it's back.
Yep, can you hear me now? Yep. In Morningside Ward, as my fellow ward councillors can confirm, we held several meetings with our local traders, our community councils, and other local groups in early May. We were encouraged and grateful for the involvement at one of our meetings of Gareth Barwell, the Council's Roads Chief, and the Transport and Environment Committee convener. We collectively submitted on the 19th of May several detailed suggestions for suitable measures in Morningside and Bruntsfield, and we thought we had set up a process for engagement by the Council with our local traders. So you can imagine the sense of disappointment when a whole month later the Council issued this bland set of proposals with no prior involvement or discussion with our local traders. I appreciate that things like this take time, but 2 further weeks have been lost when a simple targeted solution using cones and barriers could have been in place some weeks ago when it was first needed. I don't wish to devalue the efforts of our hard-working roads officers, but by the time something is in place on the ground, we may already have 1 metre social distancing, or perhaps the time for these measures may have passed altogether. Lord Provost, I look forward to seeing the detailed plans, and I second the Liberal Democrat addendum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McInnes.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. I really wanted to associate myself with the content of both the proposer and the seconder statement of the motion, because I think it's absolutely apposite and it's a correct motion to have brought forward at this time. However, I do want to go on to address a couple of other issues as well. First one is the fact that we should be in this city increasingly recognising the very positive role that walking, wheeling and cycling in terms of increased infrastructure can bring in terms of both the economic recovery and indeed quality of life across the city. Clearly, everything has been accelerated by the needs and the concerns that are emerging out of this pandemic period. But let me just touch on one thing which Councillor Campbell picked up on. There are examples of cities across this world who have already done a lot of this work, not in relation to the pandemic, but in relation to a genuine desire to support local economies and their city life in general. Research after research indicates quite clearly that the kind of moves that we are proposing around town centres are absolutely the right thing to do. It helps, you only have to look at the research that Transport for London, for example, have brought out, where they talk about the fact that their local bids like the fact that if you put in walking and cycling facilities, it creates a much more vibrant area, it helps reduce retail shop vacancies, it increases revenue they brought up. The amount of the cycle parking per square metre delivers 5 times higher a retail spend than the same area of car parking. These are all indicators that we are moving in the right direction as far as the Spaces for People initiative is concerned, and it also vindicates a lot of the thinking and acceptance of new policy that we've brought forward in the last 3 years around transport, not purely as a transport method, but as a means of supporting the quality of life and the economy of this city. However, what I am bothered about is this increasing characterisation of the Spaces for People initiative as somehow badly run, lacking consultation, an attempt to push things through without any real consultation with anybody out there. Nothing could be further from the truth. Councillor Campbell is correct. We could have taken a very high-handed approach to this and indicated to the city what we were going to do. We have not done that. We have consulted locally, we've consulted with ward councils. We have built in time, which I frankly am very concerned about because we are losing time on that. But we've done it for very good reason. And it's to allow that transfer of idea and information between the people in charge of implementing it and those who will benefit from it. So we have made every attempt to do that. We have set up a suggestion setting for the Common Place tool that has brought all this in together. So to characterise it as being ill thought out is incorrect. I want to address one specific point around the town centre proposals. I will finish now. The town centre proposals. The initial piece that was sent out, that email indicated quite clearly that it was a 2-stage process. It indicated quite clearly what the purpose of that first piece of information was, which was to say, quite specifically, we're going to go in, remove car parking spaces, except for loading and disabled car parking spaces, and we're going to remove street clutter. And what we were looking for was a reaction to that part of it. It then detailed clearly that we were going to come back with a second stage of detailed information. Nobody in this room seems to be seems to be willing to recognise the complexity of the task for the active travel team to try and put in place a range of very large, significant interventions that require consultation across emergency services, with Lothian Bus, with any number of organisations. So I think that it would be the whole of this council well to recognise that fact in pushing forward this motion, which is precisely what that does. Thank you.
Right, I have no other contributors, so right of reply, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm grateful, and I've been listening carefully to all the contributions, and thank you for your assistance in relation to clarifying about how I convey to Council the aspects of the Conservative amendment and the Lib Dem addendum that we're happy to accept. So if I start with that, please. So we will accept in the Conservative amendment paragraphs 1, 2 and 3, paragraph 5A and 5B with a small wording change from pavement to become outdoors, 5C and A to C of the last section. In terms of the Lib Dem addendum, we accept the third paragraph only. In terms of summing up, I think this is a complex problem, and it's not made any the more easy by us having far less of an economic development capability as a council than we previously had. I accept and understand that placemaking and transportation are all factors, as is human behaviour and people deciding to make modal shifts. One of the things that I would like to highlight in my summing up is that many of our businesses, particularly small ones, have responded innovatively and imaginatively, and a number of small businesses doing home deliveries with fresh fruit and vegetables, promoting local produce at affordable prices. And I hope that people who have patronised these businesses will continue to do so. And that's exactly the kind of shop local, be sustainable, eat fresh fruit and vegetables that we want to support. So that's just as important, that kind of thing is available citywide, locally, as well as how we support the big sort of business, the big restaurants, the big well-known stores as well. There's no doubt that shopping habits are changing. There's no doubt that a whole host of behaviours and the way we do business is changing. And one of the things that I would like to see is how we use, Lord Provost, you referred to using technology previously, and I would like to see us employ technology far more in a way that engages with business and residents and constituents, and truly do what we can collectively in a way that's sensitive, sustainable and responsive to our economy's needs. Yes, we have to move fast. Yes, we have to be agile, but it's even more important, in my view, that the political oversight and the governance and the transparency of decision making is there, because if mistakes are made, it costs us double. It costs us twice the time to rectify, and it costs precious resources that, thanks to year upon year of budget cuts, we have fewer resources, financial resources and staff to deploy. So it's very important that political leadership happens on this, and with that I move my motion as amended, and I hope Mr King has got all that, or he will.
He will have, absolutely.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Thank you.
First of all, can I go to Councillor Webber and say, are you happy with the verbal amendment adjustments that Councillor Cameron made to your Conservative group amendment?
Yes, just quickly chatting between Joe and I just to get confirmations. It seems that we're only losing the criticism of the consultation, and the very last line is the overall, and then everything else appears to pretty much be accepted, with the exception of one very subtle word change from pavements outdoors. So if Councillor Cameron is willing to include all of ours into hers, we will withdraw our.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And if I can go to Councillor Lang with your addendum, Councillor Lang, are you happy to accept the changes that Councillor Cameron suggested?
Afraid not, Lord Provost. I'm grateful to Councillor Cameron for incorporating that last paragraph, but we will want to pursue the remainder of our addendum.
Thank you very much. Gavin.
Thank you, Lord Provost. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Cameron, seconded by Councillor Kate Campbell, which has incorporated paragraphs 1 to 3, 5, A, B and C, and A and B and C of the Conservative amendment with a slight change to the wording from pavement to outdoor in 5B. And we also have a Liberal Democrat addendum moved by Councillor Lang and seconded by Councillor Neil Ross. Again, can I take the votes as a roll call vote with councillors indicating whether they're voting for the motion or the amendment? Lord Provost, please.
It's an addendum, isn't it not, Gavin?
Yes, but as soon as an addendum isn't accepted, it becomes an amendment, funnily enough.
Stand corrected.
As
always, I stand corrected. In which case, I shall start again. Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Aldridge.
Amendment.
Councillor Arthur.
Motion.
Councillor Barry.
Motion.
Councillor Bird.
Motion.
Councillor Booth.
Motion.
Councillor Bridgman.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion with the Conservative.
Councillor Bruce.
Motion with Conservative amendment.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion, please.
Councillor Cameron.
Motion as I've amended. Thank you.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Kate Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Mary Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Child.
Motion.
And Councillor Nick Cook isn't here, so that takes us to Councillor Corbett.
Motion.
Councillor Day.
Motion.
Councillor Dickey.
Motion.
Councillor Dixon.
Motion.
Councillor Doggett.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Motion.
Councillor Fullerton.
Motion.
Councillor Gardner.
Motion.
Councillor Gloyer.
Amendment.
Councillor Gordon.
Motion.
Councillor Gratchuk isn't here, so that takes us to Councillor Griffiths.
Motion.
Councillor Henderson.
Motion.
And Councillor Howie isn't here, so that takes us to Councillor Hutchison.
Motion.
Councillor Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Key.
Motion.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Motion.
Councillor Lang.
Amendment.
Councillor McInnes.
Motion.
Councillor Main.
Motion.
Councillor McClellan.
Motion.
Councillor McNeice Meakin.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mitchell.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mowat.
Motion.
Councillor Munn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Motion.
Councillor Osler.
Amendment.
Councillor Perry.
Motion.
Councillor Ray.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rankin.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie was stepping out, so I knew that he wasn't going to be able to be here for a while, so that takes us to Councillor Rose.
Motion.
Councillor Neil Ross.
Amendment.
Councillor Rust.
Motion is amended by Conservatives.
Councillor Smith.
Motion.
Councillor Staniforth.
For the motion.
Councillor Watt.
Motion.
Councillor Webber.
For the motion amended by the Conservatives. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
Councillor Work.
For the motion, please.
And finally, Councillor Young.
The amendment.
And that is 52 votes for the motion and 6 for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thank you. Well, we're almost there, fellow councillors. I was going to break at 1 o'clock for lunch, but I'm suggesting that we maybe have a 15-minute comfort break before we finish the last half dozen motions. If everybody's agreeable to that, we would be active again at 13:25.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. So I'll pass over to Gavin to recommence the agenda.
Thank you, Lord Provost. So we recommence the agenda at item 9.6. This is a motion by Councillor Cameron. It's on the impact of COVID-19 on equalities in Edinburgh, and we have a Conservative amendment to the motion.
Thank you. To propose the motion, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and I'm grateful for the short break as well after running back to back with motions. The motion is pretty simple and standalone, and it's not meant to create additional work for officers, but it is important, I think, that we don't lose sight of not just how equalities matter during a period of COVID lockdown, but also how they matter at all times. And at this point, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues on the Equalities Working Group and the members of staff who service that for their efforts, because we've embarked upon a really positive, proactive programme of work. And I'm also grateful to you, Lord Provost, for clarifying to me that this the motion or the report to the PNS last week will not, diminish the work or the role of the Equalities Working Group. So with those short remarks, I move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And to second the motion, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Lord Provost. As a Equalities champion, I'm very aware of the amazing work that officers are doing at the present moment within this area. I think this report will show, the amazing response we've had during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how seriously the Council take this issue. So I formally move and second the motion.
Thank you. And to move the amendment by the Conservative group, Councillor Doggart. Councillor Doggart, are you there?
I am. Yeah, my fancy headphones, Lord Provost, aren't working.
Must be the haircut.
Right, I'll go again from the top then.
Yep.
I think the purpose of this amendment to Councillor Cameron's motion is really just to build on the paper that was brought to Policy and Sustainability last week. As Councillor Cameron said, the purpose is not to force officers to engage in additional work. But given there's a process already in place where the Chief Executive can report back on measures taken as part of the renewal programme, then I would have thought that the obvious place for that to take place is within any reports that go to Policy and Sustainability, which is the reason why I've suggested what I have. I think as well that there is a danger in looking at any equalities aspect of the impact of COVID-19, that it's very easy to gloss over some of the areas of inequality. So, for example, we do know that the male population has been adversely affected more so than the female population in terms of number of infections, number of deaths. So there's an obvious equality impact there. We know about the impact of ethnicity on infection rates as well. The other things that we don't know, and these have been alluded to already in discussions at various stages this morning, include the long-lasting health impacts of those who have suffered from COVID-19. We're only starting to learn a little more about that, so there will be issues around what we and the NHS will have to provide in terms of support for those individuals. The comments around the economic recovery and the challenges around that have also been made very clear. To suggest that we know all the answers at this stage would only be to speculate, and I don't want to do that. I think it's more appropriate as the renewal programme is taken forward that the Chief Executive comes back to PNS and highlights all the areas in which equality impacts have to be taken into account. They will be far-reaching, they will be much more complicated and perhaps much more subtle than we might think. And for that reason, I move this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Before I move on to the seconder, I've got a message here that Councillor Wilson has lost sound. I'm just wondering, everybody else seems to be okay.
I've got it back.
Thank you.
I just restarted.
Good. Okay, in which case I shall move on. Apologies, I will move on to Councillor Jim Campbell to second the Conservative Group amendment.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm just going to formally second this unless Councillor Wilson wants me to repeat anything he's missed.
No, I'm sure he's fine. I've got no other contributions, so I'll go to Councillor Cameron and take a view on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Lord Provost. I'm willing, or the Coalition's willing to accept the Conservative amendment. And just by way of brief summing up, the work of the Equalities Working Group feeds into PNS as well. And there is a difference between having a, proactive, forward-looking agenda around equalities. And one of the things that kind of worries me is that not just in relation to COVID, but other aspects like our tourism strategy development involved no consultation with equalities groups at all, sadly. And quite frankly, we need to do better on that. And therefore, that's what the Equalities Working Group will seek to ensure to continue that happens. So, and in terms of the reports back on how we've supported people through COVID around these who have protected characteristics. Again, that's a bit of a kind of reactive report on what we've done. So I just want to make that distinction clear to colleagues. I'm glad that that we can come together and hopefully unanimously support this motion as amended.
Excellent.
Thank you, Lord Provost.
Thank you, and that is unanimously agreed. Thank you. We'll move on.
Thank you, Lord Provost. That takes you on to item 9.7. This is a motion by Councillor Corbett on the Green Recovery, and we have a coalition amendment.
Councillor Corbett.
Thanks, Lord Provost. I'll say at the outset I'm content to accept the coalition amendment. I'll say content rather than happy because I do believe it weakens the motion. However, given the direction of travel is the same, let's move forward with that. And it's really the fact that the city-region deal already looks very dated. It's the product of negotiations that happened 3 or 4 years ago and is really poorly meshed with the two big challenges of our time. First of all, the immediate challenge of coronavirus, and then the larger looming climate crisis. So if we were negotiating the city-region deal today, it just wouldn't look the same as it does now in the context of our own adaptation renewal plan and also the city's zero carbon commitment. So, for example, I believe that regional energy planning would be reinstated. The digital work stream would have much greater emphasis on inclusion and supporting remote working. I think that grassroots arts would be a higher priority than a new concert hall, and active travel and regional public transport would take the place of £120 million on a single roundabout. But we start from where we are, and that's with the opportunity to at least reflect on whether this £1.33 billion package of investment and all the rest is being best channelled into the green recovery in which the future prosperity of the city region lies. And on that count, there is still work to be done. And with that, I move the Green motion with the amendment accepted.
Thank you. And to second the motion, Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I'm happy to second the motion on a green recovery. I think it's essential that as we emerge from one urgent crisis, the coronavirus, that we ensure that our city is fully prepared for another urgent crisis, and that is the climate crisis. We cannot return to business as usual because business as usual is what got us into this crisis in the first place. That applies equally to the climate crisis and to COVID-19. The lockdown has been deeply painful, but it has been essential to suppress transmission of the virus. And the response to the coronavirus has shown that the Council, the Scottish Government and our wider society can mobilise to address a serious threat when it is determined to do so. So we now need to show the same sense of purpose, the same willingness to address the serious threat to our society, to our health and to our economy, which is posed by the climate crisis. And I therefore second the Green motion.
Thank you. To move the amendment by the Coalition, Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. We're hurtling towards consensus, so I won't take very long. But just to say the city deal is a longer timeline. It's a 15-year timeline, and yes, there are bits that are that have already been implemented and money that's already been spent, and indeed locked down into the outcomes that were supposed to be used for. I think we've heard earlier in the day some of the outcomes from that, i.e. investments that are taking place in the city right now because of the investments that were supported by the city deal process. It was never set up as an event. It was set up as a process of engagement and collaboration for 15 years between the regional partners and governments, and that process should continue. I'm a little worried about when we start looking at it in the context, we start looking at yesterday's decisions in the context of today and say, well, it should be changed. Because there's always future decisions to be made. But the decisions that were made previously in relation to City Deal are, as I say, paying dividends and are working towards strategic aims of the city. Take the housing funding, for example, which is certainly not going to waste. It's going towards the outcomes that are still as true today, even in a COVID setting as they were before. Another point I'd make is I've mentioned some of the skills element within the amendment, because there are components of the City Deal funding which have been incredibly dynamic and been able to shift towards dealing with some of the immediacy that the city and region has found itself having to deal with. And I think that's been hugely helpful. Skills is just one strand where that dynamism in the funding has been able to be utilised and take the city forward. So pleased that the Greens have accepted the amendment and happy to move the amendment as it stands.
Thank you. To second the amendment, Councillor Day.
I'm happy to second that formally, Lord Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor White.
Lord Provost, thank you. I would move no action on this motion. Despite the amendment from the administration, I think this motion is entirely unnecessary. We've heard much earlier in the meeting suggestions that people were grandstanding. Well, if ever there was a case of grandstanding, this is it, because as far as I can see, all of the things in here are things that are in progress or are happening, and even the suggestions that Councillor McVeigh has made in terms of amending it are things that I know those discussions are already taking place. We've had these discussions at Policy and Sustainability. We've heard that work is going on to slightly refresh or look at the City Deal. And we know, because it says in the motion, that there's already work going on the Edinburgh Climate Commission. But what I can't do is just say right now, we have to incorporate all of that and agree to all of that when we don't know what it actually is. I've had a look at the Edinburgh Climate Commission stuff. Sorry, Lord Provost.
Somebody needs to mute their microphone. Was it your dog?
No, it's okay. My dog. She's decided, she's gone out the room at least. Something upset her there. The thing is, Lord Provost, the work here to put it into the adaptation and renewal programme, we should do that when the report comes to either the Council or the Policy and Sustainability Committee. But I also think it slightly misunderstands the work of the Climate Commission. We've had a briefing by Sam Gardner to tell us about the work of the Commission, which is mostly to look at, set aside what the Council is doing in its own strategy for carbon neutral for 2030 and then make comment on that. It's not to tell us all of the solutions. We're meant to come up with those ourselves. It will comment on the solutions, but it won't give us the programme. We have to come up with that ourselves, and that's the work that's going on elsewhere within the Council. And more importantly, while they're maybe working on a report, we don't have it yet. And as I can see it from the Climate Commission website, they've only met the once and haven't really produced very much out of that because that was setting the terms of reference. So, Lord Provost, back at the start of this council term, we had lots of times when administration members would stand up and say motions were unnecessary because all the work was already happening, but in a different way. Well, if they were consistent, they'd be saying that to their friends in the Greens today, because this is all about the Greens in a press release and nothing more. Because this work is happening, it will be considered appropriately at the right time in the right way, and that's how it should be done, rather than just accepting things because we think they're going to be nice. Thank you, Lord Provost.
And to second no action?
Formally, Lord Provost.
Sorry, who was that? All right. The sound's not that great.
I know.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I have no other contributions, so if we want to go back to Councillor Corbett.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to make a very long speech about whether the merits of business as usual versus green recovery are most important, but I actually think Councillor White's dog said it all. So obviously, whatever was said there was upsetting to the dog, and I think I'll take a lead from him or her. Sorry, I'll stop there.
Okay, Gavin.
Thank you, Lord Provost. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Corbett, seconded by Councillor Booth, as amended by the coalition amendment. And we have an amendment moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Brown, to take no action. As always, we'll take it as a roll call vote, and I'll ask councillors to indicate whether they're voting for the motion or the amendment. Lord Provost, please.
Motion.
Councillor Aldridge.
For the motion.
Councillor Arthur.
For the motion.
Councillor Barry.
Motion.
Councillor Bird.
Motion.
Councillor Booth.
Motion.
Councillor Bridgman.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor Bruce.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion, please.
Councillor Cameron.
Motion.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Kate Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Mary Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Child.
Motion.
Councillor Nick Cook isn't here, so can I take Councillor Corbett, please?
Motion.
Councillor Day.
Motion.
Councillor Dickey.
Motion.
Councillor Dixon.
Motion.
Councillor Doggett. Councillor Doggett.
Yeah, amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Doran.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas. Councillor Douglas. Okay, we can come back to Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fullerton.
Motion.
Councillor Gardner.
For the motion.
Councillor Gloyer.
Motion.
Councillor Gordon.
For the motion.
Councillor Grachik isn't here, so Councillor Griffiths.
For the motion.
Councillor Henderson.
The motion.
Councillor Howie isn't here, so Councillor Hutchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Key.
Motion.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Amendment.
Councillor Lang.
Motion.
Councillor McInnes.
Motion.
Councillor Main.
Motion.
Councillor McClellan.
Amendment.
Councillor McNeice Meakin.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mitchell.
The amendment, please.
Councillor Mowat.
Amendment.
Councillor Munn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Motion.
Councillor Osler.
Motion.
Councillor Perry.
Motion.
Councillor Ray.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rankin.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie. Don't know if Councillor Ritchie's back on. Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Rose.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor Neil Ross.
Motion.
Councillor Rust.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor Smith.
Amendment.
Councillor Staniforth.
For the motion.
Councillor Watt.
Motion.
Councillor Webber.
Conservative amendment.
Councillor White.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
Councillor Work.
Motion.
And Councillor Young, please.
The motion.
And just to check, I don't know if Councillor Douglas is able to cast his vote.
If yes, I'm sure it'll be with the Conservative amendment.
You never know.
I don't know if he's on, so we'll have to just do without, I'm afraid. So that takes it 42 votes for the motion and 15 for the amendment. The motion is carried. That then takes you on to item 9.8. This is a motion by Councillor Rust on engagement of employees. We have a coalition amendment and a green amendment, and we also have a deputation for this one as well.
Okay, so can I, just before I call on Councillor Rust, just make sure that everybody's seen the deputation? It still comes in written format. Excellent. Councillor Rust, if you wish to propose your motion.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. And firstly, I'd like to thank Katie Miller for her invaluable help prior to submission of my motion. This is not about whether someone should join a trade union. It's not about being pro-union or anti-union. It's about engagement and communication. I think we all want a staff, or at least I thought we did, which in a workforce which feels included and where views across the board matter. So I was very surprised that that was deleted from my motion by the administration. It's not about membership of the trade unions. It's about how we best engage with the entire workforce and employees of City of Edinburgh Council. And I'm very perplexed by the administration response, and in particular through your office, Lord Provost and Mr King, we can maybe get some clarity around point 5 of the administration amendment, which talks about a proposal to launch a consultation, because that certainly doesn't feature in my motion. I do feel that any employer who does not have a view about how it will engage with staff other than through trade unions is in denial of the reality of choices made by their own workforce. I think my motion is largely self-explanatory and factual, and the figures actually come from a council briefing note. It's recognising the importance of communication and engagement, especially at this time as we come out of the national pandemic. I think it's very important that as an organisation, CEC has in place channels for all. In the budget consultation sessions which took place, there were extensive suggestions for revenue generation, lots of ideas about transforming working practices which came from members of staff, views which don't necessarily chime with some of those represented by trade union officers. So that was one example of good participative engagement. However, we need more clarity as to how council employees can engage. Non-trade union members can't obviously sit in the joint consultative group, and some have certainly commented to me that they're unclear what the effect of feeding in views through Newsbeat is, And I think if we want to empower staff, then we need to be clear what is actually available. One non-trade union staff member mentioned that they'd heard there was a women's group, but no one seemed to know anything of it other than it's presumably for ladies. Another commented to me about an LGBT group being in existence, but again, no idea about how to become involved or what the remit is. So all that's being sought with this motion is a report which details ways in which non-trade union members and trade union member employees are currently engaged and consulted with. So looking at options to improve engagement through, and I mentioned the establishment of employee forums, which are actually referenced in the City of Edinburgh Council's own briefing, which stated that there are positive examples of these. But I think it's important to note that I'm not being prescriptive. We're simply asking for a report on this, and I'm very happy to move the motion on my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rust. And to second the motion, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Councillor Rust has comprehensively set out what this motion seeks to do, and it's a recognition that it's the right of employees to organise themselves as they see fit. Some choose to be part of a trade union, some choose not to be part of a trade union, and trade unions undoubtedly have a role to play. So I think what Councillor Rust is seeking to do is to improve in communication, to improve engagement, and let employees who aren't part of a trade union movement have access to any schemes or information that could best help them as they take up the role within the council. So I would urge other members to take the motion on that basis, and that is its intention, and I'm very happy to second.
Thank you. To move the amendment by the coalition, Councillor Day.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and I'm happy to move the coalition amendment, and happy to also accept the Green amendment with a minor tweak to paragraph 5, so it would now read that therefore resolves that an annual report detailing union membership, blah, blah, blah. But firstly, I want to make reference to the deputation that came from a trade union side, be that Unison, Unite, the G&B, and I'm sure others. It's very clear from that deputation that the trade unions have been working effectively behind the scenes with a huge number of our officers and directors during the COVID period to support and improve services for all our staff and for the city. Lord Provost, I'd like to formally thank the trade unions and our council colleagues for the support and cooperation that they provided during this exceptionally difficult time, and the council leader made reference to how we've thanked them already. But ensuring, for example, things like teachers, pupils and other school colleagues can return to their work safely along with support from FM colleagues. I know that Mr Moore and his team have been engaging in things already, like video blogs, key surveys of staff, particularly during COVID. And as Councillor Ross touched on, the many budget engagement sessions with colleagues, and that every directorate has robust employee engagement plans. I also heard from the EIS that their reps have informed us that Edinburgh's membership is closer to 85 to 90%, ensuring that teaching staff are well represented and, rather than deviate from an attack on the trade unions, perhaps supporting council colleagues to join their trade unions and assist in wider collective bargaining would have been a more helpful way forward. Lord Provost, I and the Labour Group and the Coalition are pleased to have the opportunity to speak in support of the trade unions and our wider colleagues, and only wish that Councillor Rust and his colleagues would show a little more support for our staff side representatives. I'm happy to move the Coalition amendment.
Thank you. And to second the coalition amendment, Councillor Rankin.
Thanks very much, Lord Provost. As the convener of the JCG, I can vouch for the fact that over many years, this administration and the previous administration have had a very good working relationship with the trade unions. And I've got to know some of those representatives very well over those years. And I know them to be reasonable people who are doing their best to represent their members and to do their best by them and to engage with the council in a way that ensures that outcome. So they've shown a willingness to compromise at times, and they've certainly been very willing and have helped a great deal in the course of the pandemic in keeping the council services going. And the council officers have been in close consultation with the trade union representatives about how that has been done in a way that is safe for them to carry out their duties. And I think we should all be appreciative of what they have done in that regard. And I think it's a testament to the kind of relationship that the administration has with the trade unions, that relationship has worked so well, and the trade unions have been so helpful in providing and continuing to provide council services, essential council services, in a way that's safe. I don't think there's any dispute about how that employees are the people who have a right to decide how they're represented. That is generally through trade unions, but it can be through other ways. That some organisations have staff associations. But I think the primary impetus for that has to come from the employee side. They're the people who know what they want to say to their employer. They know how they want to be represented. And it's obviously something which the council officers and the administration should take into account to enable those representations to be made in an effective way. So I'm not really sure that this motion takes us a great deal further forward than where we are at the moment. I think there are various groups which, it has been said, are going to be set up, like LGBTQ+, for example, and BAME groups, for example, and there's absolutely nothing to prevent that from happening. And if anything, I think the administration would wish to encourage that. But the primary motivation for this has to come from the employee side, and I think that is the right way to go about it. I'm very happy to second.
Thank you. And to move the Green Group amendment, Councillor Staniforth.
Thank you, Lord Provost. First, I'd like to say that we are happy to accept the slight change to this amendment in exchange for amalgamating our amendment with the coalition's, as the coalition amendment has a line about encouraging union membership in it. Anyway, we don't lose anything by doing that, so we're very happy to accept that. But the original Conservative motion does look like an attempt to traduce and demean the contribution unions make to staff negotiations and staff engagement. And that is classic from the Conservative playbook. Conservatives don't like unions. We know this. We've seen it many, many a time. From Thatcher onwards, they've constantly tried to undermine unions, and now they seem to be doing so on a local level. I don't think we could possibly support that, and therefore we have amended this motion that looks at those numbers Councillor Rust has presented in his motion and says, well, if these numbers are accurate, and as they're based on payroll only, they may or may not be accurate for the majority of staff. It looks like in education they're probably not. But if they're accurate, then the issue is not a lack of staff engagement. I am not hearing staff clamouring for better engagement. Maybe he is, but I certainly am not. The issue is that union membership is a good thing for most employees, and that as a council, particularly a council that is co-led by the Labour Party, which began in the union movement, as a council, we should be sure that our employees feel comfortable seeking union membership. And that is why we've called for an annual report on the level of union membership in the council, so that we can ensure that staff feel comfortable with it. And with that, I propose our amendment.
Thank you. To second the Green Group amendment, Councillor Ray.
Formally seconded, Lord Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Provost. I think I'll be supporting the amended administration motion on this, with some doubts though, because at point 5 of what they've accepted, they're now asking for a detailed union membership statistics. Now, it's every trade union's member's right not to reveal to their employer they are a member of a union. So I don't know where we're going to get that detail from. Only the certification officer for trade unions actually has the details of how many members a union has and the right to see exactly who they are. But let's say I do recognise the fact that currently the council officers are carrying out a survey of staff members about their return to work. So employees within our organisation do have the opportunity to comment on things that pertain to them and their workplace. So I really don't see the need for any other thing. And I think Councillor Johnson himself admitted staff can organise as they so wish. If they want to start a separate organisation to have their voice heard outside the trade union movement, let them go ahead and do it. I'm sure that if they come up with sufficient numbers and as a respected group, they'll be acceptable on the JCG. So it can be done if they want to do it, but it has to be led by the staff. And let's say I'll support the amended
motion from the coalition, but I do have doubts about this detailed report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Apologies again. I have a real delay in getting my unmute off. I wanted to pick up on the comments and agree with Councillor Staniforth that if Councillor Rust's motion was not intended as a comment against trade unions, he had a very strange way of showing it, and that some of the statistics within certainly the version of his motion that I saw were, to my mind, risible. When you know what the real numbers are, I would pick up on what Councillor Barry says, that I think that we can ask, invite trade unions to provide us with information, but we certainly can't demand that from them. And because we no longer have check-off, that information is not contained in the payroll records. Millions of employees pay their union contributions by direct debit, and any attempt to pull it from payroll records will be misleading and, maybe inappropriate. I think that the trade unions make a huge contribution to communicating with employees. They can tap into a UK-wide resource regarding around safe procedures during COVID-19 and in relation to many other health and safety at work issues. And if Councillor Rust is serious that this is not an anti-union motion, then I would be delighted, if he and his group would get behind the coalition position as amended by the Greens. That would be very welcome. I'm sure that employees would welcome it, and I'm sure that the trade unions would welcome it. So please do vote with us on this. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I just wanted to point out to Councillor Rust and the Tory groups. I mean, in my Disability and Equalities Championship role, I've had numerous engagements with the unions. Their advice has been very helpful, very engaged and very proactive in a lot of the work that I'm doing. We've also been along to the Equalities Action Group, and we just raised the previous motion. So, I mean, I don't understand what they're trying to criticise. He cited a lot of groups there that exist. It might be helpful if maybe some of the Tories came along to these meetings.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gordon. Councillor Aldridge.
Yes, thanks very much, Lord Provost. I was a member of a trade union for around 30 years, and I'm very much in favour of asking as many people as possible to consider joining a trade union. Absolutely no question about that whatsoever. And I'd like to thank the trade unions for the incredible amount of work that they've put into helping keep this city going during a really difficult time, and the flexibility that the staff have shown in doing things. But this motion from Councillor Rust isn't about anything to do with undermining that. What it's saying is that there are a number of our employees who choose not to be members of trade unions. That's their right, and so on. And we need to ensure that as we consult, that we are taking their views into account as well. So yes, I think the best possible means of representation is through a trade union, and that's the way I always work. But I know that a number of people feel that it is not for them, and they also, as employees of ours, have the right to be represented and consulted effectively. And from what I read in Councillor Rust's motion, it's simply to say, let's not forget those members of our staff who are a reasonable number. So yes, let's encourage people to join trade unions, but let's not exclude those who choose not to from consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. I have no other indications to contribute in the chat bar. So
yes, I have. I sent a message saying I would like to speak.
There's nothing in the chat bar.
I did. I promise you. Sorry.
Okay. Right, Councillor Cameron.
Brief contribution. Thank you. Sorry, let me just get back onto full screen. Thank you, Lord Provost. This has been an interesting debate. I think and I say this as a former local government branch secretary myself, that we have to be careful. There's a fine line between encouraging and making it known and information available as to our employees, because, you know, we have to be not biased, if you like. So I think we have to think carefully, and it's really about making sure employees are aware of their opportunity to join a trade union, and if they make a decision not to do so, that they're not consistently kind of harried by us as the employer. It's for the trade unions if they want to do recruitment campaigns and so forth. And of course I endorse the importance of the trade union movement. I would also just like to highlight the work of the Edinburgh Trade Unions Council, which is currently meeting weekly, and they've formed a COVID committee. So that's to harness not just unions that are represented in our council, but in other employers across the city, and they take very seriously, obviously, the interests not just of their members but also of service users. And as I understand it, I mean, I've attended some of these meetings myself, but they are coming at it with a kind of proactive work together with the council, where it relates to things that we're responsible for. And I just wanted to make sure that members were aware that COVID committee work was going on separately, if you like, by the trade unions, as in the form of Edinburgh Trade Union Council. Thank you, Lord Provost.
Thank you. Before I just hand back to Councillor Russ for right of reply, I just want to answer his question on item on para 5 of the coalition amendment, and having consulted with officers, I'm happy that it's competent.
Thank you.
Councillor Rust.
Okay, thank you, Lord Provost. I'm afraid I haven't been won over by Councillor Watt's arguments, but I very much welcome the considered contribution by Councillor Aldridge, who had clearly taken time to review the motion and what it was actually saying. I was actually thinking it was in some sort of alternate reality when I heard these comments about an conservative attack on the trade unions, but then I heard the Greens were backing the administration and realised I was in full council. Thank you for the clarity on point 5 of the administration motion. In terms of the council statistics, which a couple of contributors mentioned, these are from the City of Edinburgh Council's own Finance and Resources Committee briefing note. I suspect we know what way the vote's going to go here, and I know that Councillor Day is waiting to have some of his mother's birthday cake. So on that, I will move the motion. Thank you.
Gavin.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Just one thing. Could I get confirmation of Councillor Day and how the amendment by the coalition is being changed by the Green? I was looking at Councillor Rust's question, and I'm afraid my ability to do two things at once is sorely lacking. So some clarification on that would be helpful for myself.
Sorry, just find it. We should take the first line of section 5 in the Green amendment. So the start of section 5 would read, therefore resolves that an annual report detailing union membership. So we take the first line and a half out.
Thank you, Councillor Day. That's much helpful. Okay, so what we have here is we have a motion by Councillor Rust, seconded by Councillor Johnson, as outlined in the agenda, and we have a coalition motion moved by Councillor Day, seconded by Councillor Rankin, as amended by the inclusion of the Green amendment. As normal, we'll be going through the roll call vote, and I'll ask people to vote for either the motion or the amendment. Can I take votes for the motion, please?
I think you have to go through the roll call. You're going back to.
Going back to rhetoric. Getting tired.
Just to confirm, The coalition position as amended by the Greens is the amendment.
That is the amendment. So the motion is by Councillor Rust.
Fine. Amendment.
Councillor Aldridge.
For the motion.
Councillor Arthur.
Amendment.
Councillor Barry.
Amendment.
Councillor Bird.
Amendment.
Councillor Booth.
Amendment.
Councillor Bridgman.
Amendment.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Bruce.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess.
Amendment.
Councillor Cameron.
Amendment.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Kay Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Mary Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Child.
Amendment.
Councillor Nick Cook.
Motion.
Councillor Corbett.
Amendment.
Councillor Day.
Amendment.
Councillor Dickey.
Amendment.
Councillor Dixon.
Amendment.
Councillor Doggett.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
Amendment.
Councillor Douglas.
Motion.
Councillor Fullerton.
Amendment.
Councillor Gardner.
For amendment.
Councillor Gloyer.
Motion.
Councillor Gordon.
For the amendment.
Councillor Graczyk isn't here, so Councillor Griffiths.
The amendment.
Councillor Henderson.
Definitely the amendment.
Councillor Howie isn't here, so Councillor Hutchison.
Motion.
Councillor Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Key.
Amendment.
Councillor Laidlaw.
Motion.
Councillor Lang.
Motion.
Councillor McInnes.
Amendment.
Councillor Main.
Amendment.
Councillor McClellan.
Motion.
Councillor McNeice Meakin.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McVeigh.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Mitchell.
The motion, please.
Councillor Mowat.
Motion.
Councillor Munn.
Amendment.
Councillor Monroe.
Amendment.
Councillor Osler.
Motion, please.
Councillor Perry.
Amendment.
Councillor Ray.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rankin.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie. Okay, we're going to Councillor Rose.
Motion.
Councillor Neil Ross.
Motion.
Councillor Rust.
Motion.
Councillor Smith.
Motion.
Councillor Staniforth.
Amendment.
Councillor Watt.
Amendment.
Councillor Webber.
The motion, please.
Councillor White.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Councillor Work.
Amendment.
And Councillor Young.
The motion.
Thank you. And again, just have one check to see if Councillor Ritchie, because I thought I saw his name down there. Councillor Ritchie, do you have a vote for this? Okay, if not, then that's 23 votes for the motion and 36 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried. That takes you on to item 9.9, which is a motion by Councillor Jim Campbell on prioritised education now.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I think following the wisdom that P&S showed last week, accepting all our amendments on this topic, our intention is to withdraw this motion from Council today and await the report for P&S next week.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell.
Agreed.
That takes you on to 9.10. This is a motion by Councillor Cameron on Liberton Primary School. We also have a deputation from Liberton Primary School Association on this.
Okay, before I call Councillor Cameron, just to confirm that everybody has in fact received the written deputation. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of nods. That's good. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Lord Provost, and I hope everyone has also taken time to look at the small short video that's part of that deputation as well. The terms of the motion are pretty self-explanatory. I would like to commend the work and enthusiasm of the Liberton Primary School and everyone who is behind the campaign to get our temporary units there as soon as possible in good time for schools reopening. I do understand that things are challenging at the moment and that this promise to have the units in place took place immediately after the fire and before we had COVID lockdown. Nevertheless, my understanding is that it can be possible, so I would urge and encourage officers to make every effort possible, because on top of all the disruption that other schools across the city have had, this primary school has had to be the pupils have had to be decanted because of the fire. So I think we should seek to make sure this happens. And with those short remarks, I would just like to end by thanking Councillor Alison Dickey for her work with me on this and the Parents Association, and I would hope that this motion is unanimously supported. Thank you, Lord Provost.
Thank you. And to second the motion, Councillor McInnes.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Yes, I agree completely with what Councillor Cameron has said in her proposal. It's clearly been an immensely difficult time for the children involved, the families involved, and the whole of the school community. And they've dealt with it with enormous energy and understanding in terms of us trying to work together to find suitable solutions. Clearly, the decanting of pupils into other school settings has brought stresses and strains attached to it. And I do know that that the officers were very keen to move away from that in order to facilitate the return to the site, to the normal site, Liberton Primary location for all of the pupils. I was fortunate enough to take part in a meeting last night between education officers and representatives from the school community. And it's quite clear there that there is an enormous attempt going on to try to minimise the degree of disruption once children get back onto site. It's clear that everybody's trying to pull in the same direction. It's also clear the devastating effect it had on the timetable, the previously accepted timetable for return to normality that the COVID-19 emergency has had on that. And I do know that there's been an enormous amount of remedial work going on to try and mitigate the worst impacts of that. The conversation last night was detailed, it was useful, and I think probably left people with a slightly better understanding of the kind of constraints that are being faced in trying to meet the challenge, the objective that I think everybody shares, which is to get those children back into as useful a setting as possible, all together with their friends in a proper teaching environment. It's quite clear that there is some flexibility still required, and I'm very pleased to support the idea of pushing for good quality communications between ourselves and officials here in the council and with the families that are impacted. I think, however, when we get to the other side of this process and the children are back housed in a proper setting, I think we'll be able to look at this process and see that everybody was pulling in the same direction. And it's produced it will produce a remarkably good result when everybody is back in the school in a proper sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I have got no indications in the chat bar of anybody wishing to make a contribution, so I take it from that we're all agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Then that takes you on to item 9.11. It's a motion by Councillor Burgess on new school session 2020-2021, and we have a green addendum to this.
Councillor Burgess.
Thank you, Lord Provost. This motion, an addendum, concerns the return to school in August. The Director of Children and Families has actually just sent a letter on behalf of the Policy and Strategy Committee to all school staff and council staff involved to thank them for their dedicated work in preparing for the reopening of our schools, also appreciating the difficult and challenging circumstances in which our staff are working, and I'm sure all members of the Council would wish to endorse this message. The last meeting of Policy and Sustainability Committee mandated Council officers to make representation to the Scottish Government about funding required to implement contingency plans should they be needed if the proposed return to school isn't possible. This motion mandates the Council leader to also make representation to the Scottish Government in a personal capacity, which could be influential in unlocking government funding. Secondly, after schools go back full-time, there may be a need to call on online teaching resources again to support the classroom teaching. So the second ask is that the Council leader also makes representation in favour of a coordinated effort to improve the quality and consistency of online resources. As far as the further points in the addendum, at the last P&S committee, the Council administration agreed to consult teachers and school staff unions about the return to school. The addendum seeks that the consultation specifically includes consultation about health and safety and including mental health, and includes all relevant stakeholders. The other points of the addendum are that the Council should definitely be in a position to recruit teachers quickly to fill in any gaps in provision following the return to school, and that the Council evaluates putting in place additional support for those children and young people who have been particularly disadvantaged by the closure of their schools during lockdown. And finally, it asks that an update on those issues are included in the report that's already coming back to P&S. The next meeting of the Policy and Strategy Committee. Thank you very much, Lord Provost, and I hope the motion and addendum are acceptable to colleagues.
Thank you. And to second the motion and addendum, Councillor Mary Campbell.
Formally, thanks, Lord Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Lord Provost, while most of what's requested in the motion was agreed, as Steve said, in the composite motion that went to the Policy and Sustainability Committee, I think that this gives the full Council the opportunity to confirm what was agreed and gives me a chance to repeat some of what I said at the Policy and Sustainability Committee, which puts a lot of what Steve said in context. When we meet the parents of representatives before the Policy and Sustainability Committee and after John Swinney's announcement, there's a palpable sense of relief that schools were reopening. The thought that pupils would not only receive 50% teacher contact, but that might also last a whole year was clearly not welcome and witnessed by the response of the parents and carers all over Scotland. However, while there was relief in relation to class contact, parents did raise a number of issues, many of which are identified in Steve's motion and many of which we have identified in the composite motion as well. For instance, they were saying, will the cleaning and hygiene that was outlined in the 50% document, which was attached to the report that went there, would it be sufficient for a total return to the high school? And like Steve said, they also talked about how would we target the pupils who missed out for whatever reason during the lockdown. However, a word of caution, we have to remember that the 100% occupancy will only be possible if the infection rate remains low. If it does not, then we'll have to reimpose restrictions. So we need to keep working on the report that we submitted to the Scottish Government, which is now our contingency plan, to ensure that if we have to reimpose restrictions, and nobody I think wants to do this, but if we have to, they have to be done as efficiently as possible. In relation to consultation, what we've agreed to do is keep the parents informed via our special online webpage and to report at least once every 2 weeks over the summer. We've also agreed to meet them at the beginning of August to discuss exactly how the schools will reopen. We have also agreed to meet unions next week to start to discuss how we will protect all the staff who work in schools when we return in August. Thanks, Lord Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Dickey.
Thank you, Lord Provost. I just wanted to add a few thoughts to Councillor Perry's thoughts. I wanted to thank Councillor Burgess and the Greens for putting down this motion and amendment. Reopening our schools is probably one of these really big issues that we need to come together on for the sake of our children and young people. And we've already done that at Policy and Sustainability, and we've got a kind of increasingly robust contingency blended learning plan, in case we would need it. But now, I welcome this motion because it's recognising, the impact of lockdown. And I think we all know the impact of lockdown on our children and young people has been quite significant. And it's why I welcome the 100%, return. And we recognise this is impacted in those children who face daily challenges already and children with additional needs. And those that are actually just discovering their vulnerability now, whether that be pupils or whether that be staff in these times. So it's why I also welcome the Greens' reference to mental health and well-being and the wider support for all of these young people. Health and well-being is lying completely at the heart of all of our planning and the way ahead. Educational psychologists have already got targeted services ready. Counsellors in schools have been, are going to be introduced. Wellbeing and resilience training is taking place across staff and pupils. And there's work underway to identify, the children that have been disengaged and to prioritise their catch-up learning, and risk assessments to help get it right for every young person with additional needs back into school in the way that is right for them. And I could sit here and list some of the other work underway, but pardon me with a little poignant moment here. I love cross-party working, and I welcome this now. And I think when we return to full councils of the future, I wish for more of that cross-party spirit and understanding when it comes to education. And I think I wish less of those battles, and especially in the light of these times, around the battle of grades and the battle of best schools. And I hope the questions that we ask are questions like, are our children and young people happy? Are they safe? Are they engaged? Is their interests driving their learning? Are they supported? Are their rights being met? Are they getting opportunities wider than the classroom and so on? I hope we see the whole child. I hope we see what education really, really is in its complexity, and that we come much more together in the future. So thank you. Thank you for this motion addendum today.
Thank you. I have no other indications of contributions in the chat box, so I take it that the motion and the addendum are agreed by Council?
Agreed.
Yeah, I hear nobody coming back. I think that brings us to the end of our agenda, Gavin. So first of all, well done to everybody I think this meeting has gone relatively well, very few technical hiccups. So thank you to Gavin and the team and all the IT backup staff. Certainly from my point of view, it ran a lot easier, and I think we should just stick with this because it's easier to control you all when you put your names down.
Well done, Lord Provost.
Anyway, and we'll see you at the end of July. So thank you all very much once again.
Thank you, Lord Provost.
Thank you, Lord Provost. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh.